Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, VIPs, and all those present today, students from Kilimani, I'd like to say welcome this morning, and I'd like to start with an apology for having started 1 hour late. We're waiting for all of you to come, but now that all of us are here, I think we'll just start. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome you to the strategic plan launch of Kenya Society of the Blind, 2021-2025. My name is Joe Kithiaka. I'll be your master of ceremony. And for ease of the housekeeping, I think anyone who needs to use the gents or the ladies, you walk out of the door you came in, turn to your left at the corner, you will see the restrooms. And at this time, I'd like to ask everybody kindly just settle for us to begin. And to start, I'd like to ask the Archbishop to come and open with a word of prayer. Archbishop, welcome. Thank you.
Let us pray. Heavenly King, comforted the Spirit of truth, you who are everywhere, you feel all things, you are the treasury of good things and the giver of life. We pray that you may dwell in us and cleanse us from every iniquity through your mercy and love for mankind. We thank you, O Christ our God, for the blessing of this day, for the breath of life, and for the health you have granted to us. We thank you for your protection and mercy throughout our lives, even up to this day. As we gather here today for the launch of the strategic plans of this great and noble organization, we thank you for the far that you have brought them, and the great future you also promised to them and to us through your scriptures. We pray that you shall guide their steps unto every good work, making them sons and daughters of light, who bring forth good fruits in all their undertakings. Shelter them under your wings in their going out and their coming in, and remember us all in your coming kingdom. For you are a good and merciful God who loves mankind, and to you we give glory, honor, and worship, now and forever, and unto the ages of ages. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much. Thank you, Bishop. Can we get everyone seated, please? Occupy the chairs on this side and the other chairs in the center that we can occupy. Ushers, please ensure that everyone is seated. And also in the new norm, I'd like to request that we stay with our masks on. As you know, that's a new norm in this world, that we stay with the masks on. Also observe social distance and don't shake hands, and kindly sanitize your hands at the entrance as you go in and as you come back. For now, as we do this function and as we launch this strategic plan, we were not able to have everyone in this room due to the COVID situation in the country and also in the world. So we've been able to have the same event aired live on the following channels of social media. We have it live on Facebook, on Twitter, and Instagram. We also have it live on YouTube. And this is the handle that we're handling today on those 3 channels. It's at Team KS Blind. The handle is at Team KS Blind. This is on Facebook, on Twitter, and Instagram. And to start the program, I would like us to go straight to the second portion after the prayers, which is a performance of the visually impaired. We have with us, also to celebrate, the African Day of the Child. We have children from Kilimani School of the Blind who would start by giving us entertainment. And as they get ready, I would like to also to request that Deno can give us the icebreaker. Deno, karibu sana. We're waiting for you. And also we have Peter Katwa, who's also here with us. Can I have Deno to start with a song, followed by Katwa, then as we prepare to listen from the children. Deno, karibu sana. For those who don't know Deno, Deno is an alumni student of Kenya Society of the Blind. He's been a good supporter to the society for many years, and we are very happy and honored to have him here today. As Deno prepares himself, maybe we would ask Peter. Peter, are you ready? Peter? Or are the Kilimani children ready? Kilimani, mwalimu, mko tayari? Let's welcome the Kilimani children as they come. And before they stand here to give their poem, I'll ask Peter to come and just give his presentation. Karibu, Peter.
Hamujambo, patia mwenzako high five. Hapa tumekuja na wanahabari, tumekuja na kina nani? Na tumekuja na viongozi ambao watatutubuisha. Watafanya nini? Sema kutubuisha.
Na ujambo, na walisema ya kwamba gaga na upwa hali walimkavu, tena wakarudi wakasema ulemavu wa kutoona si kumaanisha huwezi fanya chochote. Sasa sijui, na mimi na nyama za kimya. Sasa tafakari hayo. Leo tuko hapa katika hoteli ya Serena hapa mjini Nairobi, ambapo kuna sherehe ya kuzindua mpango muhimu sana, unaita kwa kimombo strategic plan, ambayo imeandaliwa, na uzinduzi huu unafanywa na Kenya Society for the Blind, na mwandishi wetu Ali Mtungi ana maelezo kamili.
Asante sana studio, asante sana, na mimi ni wenu Ali Mtungi, na hapa tutakuwa na wananchi mbalimbali ambao watatoa maoni yao kuhusu sherehe ya leo, na tumekuja na viongozi pia ambapo watatoa maoni yao kuhusu sherehe ya leo. Ikiwa leo tuna gavana wetu, na leo atawakilishwa na gavana wa Machakos, bwana atataja jina lake. Karibu sana.
Yes. Good is good. And all the time now, what am I saying here? Yes. The strategic plan by KSB ni kitu ambacho ni cha maana sana. Wamefanya plan ya muda mrefu sana ya maendeleo ya watu wasioona. Najaribu kusema nini hapa? Kwa talanta mbalimbali zinawakilishwa, and also the well-being of the visually impaired. Namna gani? What am I saying? Nothing.
Asante sana. Pia hapa tuko na amekuja na baba ambaye atatusalimia.
Unaanza na mtu alafu unaanza na unakuja na mimi namwambia. Mimi si mtu anamwambia. Sawa.
Asante sana. Pole sana bwana
mmoja. Sawa. I've understood. Nikuchanganyikiwa. Mimi nataka kusema ya kwamba it's a very important day for every one of you. Strategic plan is a very good thing for any company, for any organization. Sasa na mkiweka hiyo katika hiyo plan yenu, pia weka kitu inaitwa regi. Sasa
hapana, mheshimiwa, hili ni jambo muhimu sana ambalo tunafanya.
Kwani hakuna mtu amekataa, hata regi ni muhimu. Sasa kwa sababu tumeona DJ yako hapa anacheza nini, kitu inaitwa regi. Sasa kwa hivyo mimi nitaka kuambia nyinyi ya kwamba nobody can stop.
Asante sana mheshimiwa. Tuko naye mwananchi ambaye amekuja kutazama sherehe ya leo. Mama, umetoka wapi?
Kwa majina naitwa Agnes na nimetoka ICD.
Karibu sana bwana Agnes. Bi Agnes, samahani. Hebu tuelezee umekuja kufanya nini hapa na wewe?
Mimi nimekuja kuangalia. Ndio mimi nimekuwa encouraged sana na watu ambao unajua, nimekuja kuangalia mambo na vile wanaandika wako na vitu vimedungwa. Na sasa mimi nilikuwa nashindwa naandika namna gani. Na nimekuwa encouraged sana. Ningependa kuambia watu msikuwe miscouraged.
Inamaanisha kuwa discouraged.
Pole. Msikufe moyo. Mbindi yenu kama wasiona itawasaidia sana.
Asante sana. Tumekuja na ujumbe kutoka kwa Rais wa Kenya Bwana Uhuru Kenyatta ambaye atatumalizia mahojiano ya leo, na ulikuwa mjadala ambao ni wa kujenga sana, hasa ikiwa leo ni sherehe muhimu sana ya kuzindua mipango ya KSB.
Sisi tunasema kwamba ulemavu sio tatizo katika nchi yetu ya Kenya, na mfai kuchukulia kama tatizo, kwa sababu watu wanaishi kama kawaida. Asanteni sana ndugu zanguni, dada zanguni, shemeji zangu kama wapo, shukrani sana, na muishi kwa amani na upendo. Asante sana.
Warudisha kwenu studio, na mimi ni wenu Ali Mtungi. Asante sana.
Na mimi ni wenu Swale.
Thank you very much. Makofi kwake. Thank you Peter. Asante sana Peter, asante sana. Makofi kwake. Yes. Thank you. Asante sana Peter.
The Kenya Society for the Blind, our champion in matters blindness, the pride of Africa. The Kenya Society for the Blind, our champion. The Kenya Society for the Blind, our champion in matters blindness, the pride of Africa. Born in 1956 by the Act of Parliament, the Kenya Society for the Blind has stood tall in matters blindness. Blindness caused by preventable and treatable conditions such as trachoma, diabetic retinopathy, glaucoma, etc. Hashtag the Kenya Society for the Blind, our champion in matters blindness, the pride of Africa. Kenya Society for the Blind, our champion in matters blindness, the pride of Africa.
Hongera, we are today launching. Hongera, we are today witnessing the great launch. Hashtag strategic plan 2021 is here. Cater for over 10 million persons at risk of blindness. For now, the Kenyan Society for the Blind is only able to reach 500,000 persons per year. This is a drop in the ocean. The Kenyan Society for the Blind, our champion in matters
the Kenya Society for the Blind, our champion in matters blindness, the pride of Africa. East Wing, East Wing, East Wing. Now, where do you? East Wing, we are looking at our launch of 2021 to 2025. We need to succeed in this plan. We need the blessings of our Lord. Lord, hear our prayers. Lord, enter the hearts of our partners. The Kenya Society for our champion in matters blindness, the pride of Africa.
The Kenya Society for the Blind, our champion in matters blindness, the pride of Africa.
The Kenya Society for the Blind is well mandated to assist the government, communities, public and private organizations, individuals, and well-coordinated groups in matters related to visual disability. Awake, O brethren, get deeply interested. The Kenya Society for the Blind, our champion in matters blindness, the pride of Africa.
The Kenya Society for the Blind,
Africa.
with the able leadership of the Great Council, the white face is that from Ampajo. Now awareness improved. The blind can now cross the road and display individual concerns and duties, including employees and the Great Council in like never before. Hongera, the Great Council, forward ever, backwards never. The Kenya Society for the Blind, our champion in matters blindness, pride of our Africa.
The Kenya Society for the Blind, our champion in matters blindness,
The pride of Africa.
Nay, we shall never forget the great launch of the digitality, courtesy of Kilimanjaro Blind Trust. Now we can communicate digitally with our brothers and sisters with vision. For if we did not have the Kenya Society for the Blind, we would be nowhere. We would be stagnated by bad words like stigma, discrimination, name it. The Kenya Society for the Blind, our champion in matters blindness, the pride of Africa. The Kenya Society for the Blind, our champion in matters blindness, the pride of Africa.
We have come to the end of our third performance, knowing that the next one will be a success to behold forever. The 2021-2025 strategic plan is now launched. The Kenya Society for the Blind is strategically launching the strategic plan. The Kenya Society for the Blind, our champion of matters blind, the pride of Africa.
The Kenya Society for the Blind, our champion in matters blindness, the pride of Africa.
Thank you, Kilimani School for the Blind. Makofi kwao. As we also celebrate the African child today, it's an honor that we should just stand up and just celebrate these young people. Please, let's stand up and give them a standing ovation. Thank you very much. Let's give them a very good standing ovation. Asanteni sana na Mungu awabariki, and thank you very much for your great work. Asanteni, sit down. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, as we continue the program, I would like to recognize the presence of the following people who have graced this occasion today, including all of you. I'd like to recognize Operation Eyesight Country Director Alice, wherever you are, just stand up and wave. Asanteni sana. Thank you for coming. We also want to recognize the presence of the Country Director of CBM, David Munyendo. Asanteni sana. We also recognize the Director of KBTA, Sabrina. Please stand up. Thank you very much. Thank you for coming. We also recognize the President of Lions Huru, Kaplesh. Karibu sana. Welcome. We also recognize a representative from Fred Holworth. Fred Holt. Thank you very much. Also the regional manager of Eslo. This is Rafael Okumu. Karibu sana. We also have in the house UDPK, Peter, Emma, and John. I think you're in the house. Karibuni sana. TSW, we have Munga Vincent also in the house. Karibu. We have Chesire also in the house. We have Barbara Ndolo and Ruth Kilonzi from the Disabled Services. The Albino Society, we have Daniel, Karibu sana. We have Kenya Airport Authorities, thank you very much. We have Fatuma from NOMDO, Fatuma Mohammed, also in the house. Also partners that are represented here is Kenya Association of the Deaf. We have Faith Karori, welcome. We also have from Roto, we have Elizabeth Maingi, thank you very much. We also have from the Communications Authority, we have Purity Omenda, thank you very much, welcome. The government representatives with us today, from the Ministry of Education, we have Fred Haga, welcome. With your team, he's the Director of Special Needs, thank you very much. We also have with us the Ministry of Health. We have a number of people who have come from the Ministry of Health. We have Doris Chalanga. We have Dennis Osiago. We have Dr. Dorothy. And also from Kenya National Hospital, we have Dr. Washira, who had come earlier. I think he's come back. Karibu sana. We also have MOH Kajado, Dr. Rebecca, who's also in the house. Karibu sana. In terms of county representatives, we have county representative from Migori, we have Dennis Owengo. Thank you very much. Karibu sana. From Makueni, we have Abednego Mutongwa. Karibu sana. And Bide Moli is also in the house. Karibu sana. And Lawrence Muturi, also from Makueni. Karibu sana. Also, we have a representative from Nyeri. And last but not least, we have the honor to have Excellency, the First Ladies of the following counties. Marsabit, who is also the chairperson of the ladies group. Karibu sana, Your Excellency, from Marsabit. We also have Her Excellency from Bugoma, who is also here. Karibu sana. Last but not least, we have Her Excellency Anne Kememia from Nyandarua. Karibu sana, Mungu akubariki. We will continue announcing who's in the house, but before we continue the program, I'd like to call Dennis. Deno, please come and give us another one more script or one presentation before we go to the official function for the day. Thank you very much. Karibuni sana.
Thanks, bro. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Muko aje? Muko sawa? Atusalimianagi sana kwa sababu ya hii kitu, si ndio? Lakini tuko poa, si ndio? I'm humbled today, and I would like to say that Kenya Society for the Blind is our pride, just like Kilimani has said. And that's why this morning I make an appeal to our partners who have come and say, let us hold Kenya Society for the Blind, and let us make it, let us help it, by the way, because it is the link that we have. And Kenya Society for the Blind ikikaa fiti, na sisi pia tunakaa poa. Ama ni aje? Si ndio? Tupige mbona ama? Inaendanga mbona. Si mtanisaidia, si ndio? Hii inakuwaga anthem. Ni gani inakuja? Ikuje tu. Tarehe kama ndio hiyo Nakuja tu pole namna hiyo. Nakuja tu pole namna hivyo.
Wakati ambapo nilijifungua Angel, haikuwa rahisi kukubali ile hali ambayo alikuwa nayo.
Walikuwa wanafikiria labda tumekosea kitu, mimi ama baba yake.
Ilikuwa noma, ilikuwa kali sana.
I used to ask my mom, why is it only me that I'm like this? When you go to the malls, when you go to the church, when you go to visit your neighbors, you don't see them. Where are they?
Like my dad was sent to be killed.
Anyway, it's crazy. It's just crazy.
Nipe sauti sasa. Sauti kidogo. Asante. Saidia kama kofi tu kidogo pole namna hiyo tu. Kimba tu. Tarehe kama 7 mwezi wa 7, miaka zimepita 17. Mungu duniani nishajipata. Niko hivyo. Sina baba wala sina mama. Siwezi enda mbali ninajificha. Natoka kujificha najitokeza. Niko hivyo. Funga vilango vyangu naenda mbali. Nifanye nini niende wapi? Nifuate nani nimwite nani? Niko hivyo. Sioni mwana nyinyi mwanikimbia. Sioni mwana nyinyi mwanidharau. Sioni mwana nyinyi mwaniepuka. Saidia tu pamoja tuimbe tu pole tuseme tu mbona twende. Mbona. Yeah. Mbona. Wakati Mungu aliniumba, alipanga mpango wake kwamba mimi niwe jinsi nilivyo. Mbona sasa mlidhamini, mwaniona kama sifai? Sikuchagua niwe jinsi nilivyo. Nikitembea barabarani, macho mumenikazia, mbio mwanionokea. Ni kama nyinyi. Ati nisaidie tu kidogo.
You can stand up and dance. Let's stand up and dance. Let's sing it. Yeah, no, go on.
Kama kofi wapi kidogo namna hiyo. Pole tu. Hivyo tu. Asante sana. Wacha ikoje.
They don't understand.
Ongeza hiyo sauti kidogo.
Many people come to see free years knowledge.
Hapo sawa.
It's a country problem and nobody is talking about it.
Iko tu sawa, unafanya tu vizuri. Ongezeni kidogo tu. Hivyo tu. Hapo sawa. Na waona? Kwa nini mwanibuka? Ambia tu. Na mimi ni kama tuwe. Ambia tu mwenzako tu pole namna hii. Kwa nini wanidharau? Kwa nini mwambie tu na mimi, mwambie tu. Na mimi ni kama tuwe. Ati nini? Na mimi ni kama tu. Ati nini wanikimbia? Anataka kusikia sasa. Ati na mimi. Na mimi ni kama tu. Ati na mimi ni kama tu. Haya basi tuimbe pamoja sasa, twende mbona. Ati mbona. Haya tuendelee, kazi nzuri, twende tu. Mbona. Ati mbona. Ati twende tukimalizia, nipe sauti. Mbona. Ati mbona. Haya mara ya mwisho kabisa twende sasa, twende kabisa tukimaliza, twende. Mbona. Sasa kabla Kabla munipigie makofi, si mujipigie makofi mzuri sababu nyinyi
makofi kwa Deno.
Mmeweza hiyo performance.
Makofi kwa Deno.
Sasa hiyo ni yenyu, si munipigie yangu basi.
Haya, moja kwa Deno. Asante Deno.
Thank you.
Asante. Thank you very much. Thank you very much Deno. Asante sana. I also want to recognize the presence of the CEO of the County First Ladies, Janet, who's just come in. Janet, you're here. Karibu sana. And at this moment, I think we'll move now from entertainment. And I would like to call the acting Executive Director of Kenya Society of the Blind to give us an overview of the society and also for her to introduce her staff and also the board directors who are here and the council members. Karibu sana. Lista.
Thank you, Joe. Just allow me to remove the mask so that you can see the face behind this mask. Chairman, Kenya Society for the Blind, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Kenya Society for the Blind is proud to be associated with you all. It is indeed exciting to note that this occasion has come when the world is witnessing a pandemic. I take this opportunity to express my gratitude to everyone who has taken time off their busy schedules to be here with us. May I now point out that Kenya Society for the Blind is a charitable organization established in 1956 by an act of parliament. Our mandate is to create an environment that encourages the inclusion of people with visual impairment and promote the prevention of avoidable blindness. KSB, as we know it in short, works in partnership with corporate companies, government, international and local non-governmental organizations, and the community to execute this mandate. Our vision is to champion for the society in which no one is needlessly blind and the needs, rights, and participation of the people with visual impairment is ensured. Ladies and gentlemen, to achieve this vision, the society strives to enhance the prevention of blindness, increase access to services, and equalization of opportunities for people with visual impairment through enabling programs, capacity building, networking, partnerships, and influencing change through advocacy. Through our eye care services, the society has been instrumental to reach more than 500,000 people annually by production of low-cost eye drops at our national eye production unit, provision of low-cost optical items and services through partnerships at county level, eye camps and outreaches, this was before COVID, and the distribution of food packs to the blind during the COVID pandemic. We also have a rehabilitation program that promotes the acceptance and integration of people with visual impairment through counseling, orientation and mobility, independent living skills, adaptive computer training, and job placements. The journey to transformation starts with one person at a time. When a visually impaired is transformed to overcome their feelings of inadequacy, personal and societal prejudices, they become a beacon for hope for others, and not just visually impaired. And slowly, we form a collective of conscious individuals who know and understand. My call to you here today is to come and join us in this transformative journey. And there are various levels of engagement. One is to become a member. With a regular small donation each year, you support our work. It could be just providing a mobility device such as a white cane or devices that are used in the workplace. You can also partner with us on one-time projects to transform the society, and we've recently onboarded Nairobi Metropolitan Services among others. You can partner with us on long-term projects. And here we've onboarded the Insurance Regulatory Authority to support us in ICAMS and membership activities, the Christian Blind Mission to improve our eye clinic facilities, and many more. It is my hope that as we begin this new journey, we shall form partnerships that shall then send out the message that the visually impaired can live with us in society as equal human beings. Without the conversation of human dignity, when we are dealing with the visually impaired, we're not moving anywhere. With that, I wish all of you God's blessing, and I would like to take this opportunity to introduce the people behind Kenya Society for the Blind, and I'll start with board members who are present. Please stand up so that I can do a quick introduction. We have Samson Waweru, our chairman. Just wave to the people. Thank you. We have Angela Wamboi, our vice chair. Can wave. Committee members, please stand up. KSB committee members. There is Elizabeth down at the back. And then we have Ivan. Kindly wave to the people. Thank you. And then we have the staff. Oh, sorry, and Joe, our MC, is a committee member. My apologies. And then we have the staff at Kenya Society for the Blind. Please just come in if you're sitting outside. I do a quick introduction. I'll start with Solomon Buhala, one of the longest standing employees at KSB, Manager Education Services. Thank you. Staff, where are you? We have Brian, who recently joined us. Computer adaptive technology, that's what he teaches. We have Elon, who teaches Braille. Thank you. Then there's Angeline Akai, there in orange. She's a council member. Wave to the crowd, Angeline. Thank you. Next to her is Aziza. Aziza is our administration manager, longest serving employee. Then we have Tom, logistician, another long-serving employee. Behind him, we have Mohammed, groundsman. Mohammed, wave. Thank you. Behind him, we have Caroline, our finance manager. Please wave, Carol. There's also Bridget, Masese, Evelyn, Bridget in pink, Evelyn. Down at the back, please wave. We have Mercy. Where's Mercy? So I came with the whole team. To conclude my speech, I'd like to say a story that transformed me. I met one of the member of the society who was rehabilitated at the society called Dr. Laibuta about 4 years ago. I was interviewing him for a position somewhere. And that was the first time I encountered a blind person. And I was awed by the things that he could do that I could not do. And I decided that I was going to learn more about why I could not do those things, yet I had the gift of sight. So I followed Laibuta closely. And one day he invited me to see the work he was doing at Kenya Society for the Blind. And I joined him. I took him for one of our activities, climbing Mount Longonot. I was guiding him from the bottom to the top, round and back down. And I was learning things that I had never learned throughout my whole life while I was journeying with him up and down. I was learning that you could use your other senses instead of your eyes. I'd never tried to use my other senses. Thereafter, I remember one encounter with him when his car broke down, and he called a mechanic to fix it. We went in for a meeting, came back, and he paid the mechanic a few thousands of shillings. He just got the money out of his bag and gave him. And I was awed at how he knew how much money he had. And I personally did not know how much cash I had in my handbag at that point in time. And then I started asking myself, how many times have I been in scenarios where I could use my other senses, but I never did because I had my eyes that could see? Another time we went out. This was a social affair. We just went for drinks, and we ordered. And when he made his order, he wasn't too happy with what he had been brought, and he told the waiter, "This is not what I ordered." And I almost thought he could see and had been pulling my legs for a long time. How much work I do within, I'm unable to reach that point you've reached in terms of using your other senses. And I want to applaud everyone who's visually impaired in this room for teaching us who can see greater things. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Edie. Thank you very much. Thank you, Felista. At this moment, I also want to just mention a few things. One is what Madam Felisa just mentioned, that working near or working with the visually impaired is a very interesting situation. I've been around them for the last 6-7 years on a daily basis, and I see they're just abled differently. And for us at the society, we call them the VIPs, visually impaired people. VIPs mean they're very important to us. And that's why today we have this launch where we want to be able to launch the strategic plan going forward. We are very abled people among the group. As you can see, the chairman is also visually impaired, but has a lot of good brains and leads us a lot in a lot of our meetings and takes us through. Even our DJ today happens to be visually impaired. Bwana DJ, Twangoma. And we're happy to see him here, and also to see Deno here, and also Peter, and all the other people who are here. So we'd like to say we need to support them. And one interesting thing is when you listen to the stories of every single person, they were either just like us, who are able to see, and just something went wrong. And it happens in a snap of a second. It can happen to any one of us who can see today, that tomorrow will not be able to see. So when we get a situation to be able to support these people, let's come out and support where we can. And with that, I would like to recognize all the partners that are here, and I would like to ask each one of you to just say something. How you got involved with KSB, and how are you intending to support KSB? From wherever you are, you'll just stand up when I call your name. The microphone will go around. I think we have 2 people with the microphones on both ends, and they will just bring you the microphone. And also the people handling the microphones, please make sure you make sure they're sanitized as you give them out. And just for a minute or 2, I'll request you to speak as we continue to wait for the presentation. Our guest of honor today happens to be the Minister for Labor and Social Services. He's attending a function for the African child, and will be thus joining us shortly. But as he comes, because we wanted him also to see the presentation before he can give his official launch, we'll just ask that we just talk within ourselves. So I'll start with the first person to speak. I would like the country director of operations iSight. I think you're here. Microphone on this side. Just give us a minute or two. Tell us what you think about the society, and also you can pledge at that moment. Thank you, Chris.
I didn't know there was a catch to it. Good morning, everyone. My name is Alice Mwangi. I'm the country manager for Operation iSight. I have a long history with the Kenya Society for the Blind. I got to know Kenya Society for the Blind about 16 years ago. And first, I met them because we were in the same compound where I worked before. And we have walked a long journey with them. We do a lot of work with them. They supply us with eye drops. Just to give you a background of Operation iSight, for us, we support government institutions to provide quality eye care services. So our mission is in prevention of blindness. So we prevent blindness. But we know that we have not been able to achieve that. Actually, prevent avoidable blindness. So what we are not able to do, we hand over to Kenya Society for the Blind because they have the expertise to deal with that. So in our prevention of blindness, Kenya Society for the Blind has supplied us quality eye drops for many years. We work in 7 counties, and in all those counties, we have Kenya Society for the Blind supplying us that. We also have, in the past, partnered in terms of provision of spectacles and development of optical services in those government institutions. We see ourselves working even longer with Kenya Society for the Blind. We value your work, and we will continue with this partnership. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alice. Karibu sana. Asante sana.
And congratulations for the event today, the launch of your strategic plan.
Thank you, Alice. Thank you. Makofi kwake. Thank you very much. I'll now call upon David Munyendo, who's the country director of CBM. Wherever you are, you could just stand up and say something.
Thank you. All protocol observed. I'm David Munyendo. I work for CBM. CBM in full means Christian Blind Mission. Or if I want to complicate your life, I say Christopher Blinden Mission. That's in Germany. Now, we are an international Christian disability inclusive development organization whose mandate is to improve the quality of life of persons with disabilities. We believe that poverty and disability, they are relatives, and they really like working together. So we work towards breaking that cycle. Now, in terms of Kenya Society for the Blind, first and foremost, let me congratulate you, my good friends, for these efforts. I know where you have come from, and I really want to wish you all the best as we launch our strategic plan for 2021-2025. The power of a shared vision is that you always find a reason to work together. And when you look at the vision for Kenya Society for the Blind and CBM, it's really shared and it's really anchored in one direction, that we really want to improve the quality of life of persons with disabilities. CBM was founded in 1908 and has been here, I think, for over 50 years around in Kenya. And we work through partnerships. We don't implement directly. We have programs in inclusive education, programs in inclusive livelihoods, ear and hearing care, prevention of blindness, physical rehabilitation, humanitarian aid, mental health, and so many others. So you can see that Kenya Society for the Blind, we are quite aligned. And right now we're really working towards formalization of our partnership. And the main focus is Kenya Society for the Blind supporting our program areas to establish optical services and rehabilitation services in at least 10 counties. That is for Vihiga County and Bomet County starting September this year up to 2024. And then again we shall scale up to Kajiado, Kiambu, Embu, Meru, Mombasa, and Kwale. So the sky is the limit in this partnership. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much, David, for that overview about your relationship and your partnership with KSB. I would like now to also call the director of KPTA, Supreme. Maybe just, she's on that side.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is actually Suparna Biswas.
My apologies.
I'm very, very pleased to be here because Kilimanjaro Blind Trust Africa has a formal partnership with Kenya Society for the Blind, and we have been working together for many, many years because we work in the same sector. Our Kilimanjaro Blind Trust Africa is focused on inclusion through education, and we have been working for over 15 years in bringing education, Braille literacy and skills, and since 2018 we have started a transformational process where we have been providing digital access to digital Braille literacy and skills, because we feel that there can be no inclusion without education, and today without digital skills, no one can really survive in the workplace or in our modern society. And in this effort, we have provided, we work in 5 countries, in Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Rwanda, and Malawi, and we have been distributing, we have been focused, very, very focused, in providing digital Braille devices that are easy to use both for the student and for the teacher, to facilitate communication between Braille and non-Braille users. And it's only technology that can do that. So we have been working with Kenya Society for the Blind to bring the message, to bring advocacy efforts to change the paradigm for learners with visual impairment and education, which is so important, besides making sure that there is prevention of blindness, because 85% of blindness can be avoided. I wish the Kenya Society for the Blind all the best in their new 5-year planning and implementation, and to let them know that we are there to hold hands, to work together, and to support in any way that we can. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I will now call upon the President of the Rotary Nairobi, Gideon Akwambi, please to say something.
Thank you. For the last 41 years, we've been involved, not just directly with the Kenya Society for the Blind, but we have a rally that we hold every year, and held the last one 2 years ago because of the lockdown, where we bring 5,000 children together just for a day of fun at Jamhuri Park. And it's from there that we got to learn about Kenya Society for the Blind. And yes, we've been involved in your programs. And when we were called upon last year, we came in with packages for some of your members during the first lockdown, for which I think we came in strongly and look forward to working, yes, with you, and if the world opens up, continue to provide that one day of fun to children who come from about 5 counties at Jamhuri Park. We are pleased to know of your plans in the next coming half a decade, and we'll be grateful and deeply honored if our partnership and friendship can continue. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Gideon. I also want to recognize the presence of the First Lady from Bungoma. Tafadhali, just stand up and wave. We had mentioned your name, but you were not in that time. Karibu sana, asante sana. And at this time, I would like to call the Lion Uhuru President, Mr. Kavlesh, who's a friend of ours, and just to say something. Karibu sana.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. With all protocols about, my name is Kalpesh Solanki, for you, sir. I don't want to say so much because I'm only honored to be here to partner with KSB that we've done for this 2 very frantic and very, I might say bad years for all of us. But yes, we're here to partner with you in the future. And thank you very much for having us here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Uhuru Lions really came through for us during the COVID situation last year. They distributed a lot of food to us, and we are very grateful for the job you did for us to be able to give food around the country in support of the hard times that the visually impaired were going through. And we would like to continue requesting that you continue supporting us in all other situations, not just during the COVID time. Karibu sana, and thank you very much. There's also a representative from Fred Hollows.
Thank you. So my organization is Fred Hollows Foundation, just for the sake of clarity. Fred Hollows Foundation was started by Fred Hollows, Professor Fred Hollows, who was an ophthalmologist. We have worked in Kenya since 2004. So basically we have been with KSB all that long. I think like Operation Eyesight, we have also worked with them in terms of the drugs. I remember there was a time that we thought we could have a clear, like a parallel of drugs stores by KSB. Hopefully that's something that we can revisit and will continue. Otherwise, the Fred Hollows Foundation, we're also working in about 18 counties in Kenya today. Our work is around cataract, trachoma, diabetic retinopathy, but also we believe in health financing. We are close on the issue of NHIF, just to ensure that everyone accesses eye health services. Because of the World Vision Report of 2019, we are now very focused on IPEC, Integrated People-Centered Eye Care, which focuses on all levels of eye health service provision, from community to tertiary, but also to ensure that we work as much as possible with the communities. So according to the KSB strategy, which you are launching today, for which we, of course, congratulate you, we'll work together, and also alongside your values, compassion being one of them, integrity is another one. So we are looking forward to ensure that with KSB, we'll have a good supply, sustainable supply of drugs as much as possible, but more importantly, to ensure that your clientele have the best in terms of ensuring that they get to the optimal purpose of life in this world that God has given us. So congratulations once again. Thank you so much. My name is Kamaiko Lomondi. I'm Senior Manager Programs at the Foundation.
Thank you, Mr. Omondi. Thank you very much. I'll now call upon Raphael Okumu, who's the Regional Manager of SU.
Good morning, everyone. I was sent here with a bad news. Good. Got everyone's attention. So, my name is Rafael Ogola Okumya Korokum Ogola Rabai. Wodu Kenyo Kewa Lego Komenya. A friend to Dennis and Madam Dorcas. And also Sam here. I work with ESILO and also in terms of title, because it's been captured here. I work with ESILO, but under a specific kind of division, which is social impact and philanthropy. So I'm not the overall for ESILO, but under that, I'm in charge of Africa in terms of supporting the work of NGOs and the work of government. And that's how, through the Ministry of Health, that is ophthalmic division, I came to be in touch with KSB, which means that KSB is a government acknowledged. Also, we understand about the KSB as government affiliate, and this means that we are working with a credible partner, and that is why I am here. If I look at the bad news I said to start with is to we are not only doing things in our own cocoon, but rather we are in a global citizenship, in a global kind of world, despite the fact that we are addressing the community needs. As ESILO, we are looking forward that if today you look into that table, you see someone putting on a glass on their face, either it's a sunglass or either it's a glass in their own eyes. For those who are putting glasses on their face, please just raise your hand. I have a gift today. I have a gift for those people putting glasses in their eyes. Yeah, some people do not know they are putting glasses, you know. So we are the company that is manufacturing the glasses, the frames, instruments, and all those equipments. And we are here to support KSB with partnership with other partners like CBA, like Fred Hollows, Operation Eyesight, and other partners, so that we can be able to deliver the services preventive, so that people can see better, do more, and live better.
Thank you very much, sir. I also realized I was also wearing glasses, so thank you very much for manufacturing them. Thanks. I'd like to now also call on NMS Ministry, the Department of Health in NMS. Is there a representative here? Yeah. There's no order, so I'll just call at random. So there's no order I'm using.
Thank you very much. My name is Kabanya Lincoln. I work for Nairobi Metropolitan Services, the Health Directorate. I think for us, we have worked very, very well with Kenya Society for the Blind, and it's a good opportunity to participate in this launch, and I really want to congratulate you and say that NMS is committed to working with you and seeing that the strategic plan you have launched today, where we can come in, we will support you. I am representing the Director for Health Services, and he, Dr. Ouma Oluga, he's very, very keen on working with partners, because we know that you are actually complementing what we are supposed to be doing. So you have all our support, and we will look out for you so that we can see which areas we can collaborate and coordinate in this strategic plan. Thank you so much, and God bless you.
Thank you very much, Department of Health, NMS. Also, when we are at NMS, I would like to just recognize the presence of Jane Kagiri, who's an advisor to the Director General. And as you just settle in, maybe I'll ask you just to stand up and say something, because now we're just talking on behalf of NSMS. Maybe you could just give her the microphone, please.
Good morning, everyone. As it's been mentioned, my name is Jane Kagiri. I'm an advisor to the Director General NMS on matters gender, youth, and ICT, and also inclusion, where your society falls under. I'm here today to represent the Director General, Major General Badi, and reassure you of his commitment and support towards whatever you're doing. And just to assure you of his support, I was in Naivasha, and he told me I have to come back to first attend this session. So I'm assuring you our Director General is with you, he supports you, and he's trying to do all that he can to make your lives easier and to also make you efficient in whatever you do. I'm sure you've been seeing the pavements we've been creating, which have been easing your movement around. And then also our equal opportunity employment. Please, whenever you see NMS advertised, just know there is clear consideration for you and never hesitate to apply. When you ever see our procurement opportunities, also remember they are there for your members and also encourage them to apply. Otherwise, God bless you and congratulations on the great step you've taken today. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Kagiri. Thank you very much. And also on behalf of KSB, maybe just to the Director General, we have a request. There's a road leading from the gate to the institution. We need it paved, if possible. As you're paving the rest of the town, please also pave that, because our students have a problem when they're walking to and from work. Asante sana. I'll move on, and now I'll call on to KEMSA. There's a representative from KEMSA. Who's here? Yes, please.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. My name is Eustace Bogori. I'm here on behalf of the CEO KEMSA. As you know, KEMSA stands for Kenya Medical Supplies Authority. This authority is under the Ministry of Health. We actually warehouse and distribute medical drugs that are used in management of trachoma. And especially we partner with the NTD program, specifically trachoma. And we distribute these medicines to the MDA sites, to the endemic counties. So KEMSA is here and is ready to support the Kenya Society for the Blind, wherever it is called upon. Thank you.
Thank you very much, KEMSA, for that. Thank you very much. I'll now also recognize the presence of our legal advisor, Wilfred Oroko, who's here also. Wilfred, maybe you could stand up and wave. Yeah. Yes, karibu sana, asante sana. No, it's okay. I just want to recognize your presence. Thank you very much. I would like to also call upon one of the representatives from the UDBK. There are 3 of you here. One of you could speak to represent the rest. UDPK. Microphone on that side, please, on the left.
All protocols observed. Good morning, everyone. My name is Eric Ngondi, and on behalf of United Disabled Persons of Kenya, I want to sincerely congratulate Kenya Society for the Blind for this huge achievement. UDPK is the umbrella body for disabled persons organizations in the country, mandated to unify the voices of persons with disability. And it has been a great partner to Kenya Society for the Blind, as many members, including myself, have gone through Kenya Society for the Blind. 10 years ago, I lost sight, and someone introduced me to Kenya Society for the Blind, and that's where I was trained, that's where I was rehabilitated, and to me, Kenya Society for the Blind is my home. So I want to appreciate you and thank you, and also congratulate you for the great work, Chairman, and the team that you're doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I will now then call upon TSW, Vincent Munga. Vincent Munga, where are you sitting? Okay, maybe we'll move on and go to the disabilities services. We have Barbara Ndolo, who's here. Or who's the representative for the okay.
Good morning, everyone. All the protocol observed. I came with Barbara, and I think she went out. My name is Ruth from Cheshire Disability Services Kenya. I came here on behalf of our CEO. He's not in. So we work within disabilities, and we have some thematic areas that we just focus on it. We have 4 of them. In inclusion, we have education, and also we have Simbihar. On behalf of CNDSK, we are so proud and we are so honored for inviting us for this 2021 to 2025 strategic plan. My prayer is, KBS, may the Lord be with you as you work for the strategic plan. And also what I can tell you is, even though you have those challenges, with God, all things are possible. God bless you.
Amen, and thank you very much. Thank you very much. I would like to move now to the Albinism Society. We have Daniel.
Good morning, everyone. Yes, my name is Daniel from the Albinism Society of Kenya, not albinism. First, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Kenya Society for the Blind for the great work they are doing, because first, I'd like to say that if it were not Kenya Society for the Blind, then would not have Albinism Society of Kenya, because we understand that is where Albinism Society of Kenya was born. When by then Isaac Maura was working with the Kenya Society for the Blind, that's when he thought of starting Albinism Society of Kenya. And up to now, we are in Kenya Society for the Blind. Thank you so much for Kenya Society for the Blind for hosting us. You are our mother, because we understand people with albinism are also people with visual impairment. And when you work around impairment or visual impairment, we know that also persons with albinism are included there. And that is why we work together to ensure that even persons with albinism have glasses. I'd also take this opportunity to thank the management of Kenya Society for the Blind for the great work they have been doing to ensure that all persons with visual impairment have glasses, because we understand for those who can't be able to see, they should have glasses. And that is why one of us asked if we have glasses. So I should also encourage each and every one of us to put on glasses to ensure that his or her eyesight is improved. So with those few and many remarks, thank you so much to Kenya Society for the Blind. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel, and also thank you for the correction. I will now call upon Kenya Airport Authority. There's a representative from Kenya Airport Authority who's here. They neighbor with us at the society, and maybe they could say something as neighbors within the site.
My name's Millicent Acheng Obura from Kenya Airports Authority, and I'm here on behalf of our CEO, Mr. Alex Gitari. First and foremost, I want to convey his congratulatory message. I want to convey his congratulatory message, and we look forward to working together. Excuse me, I'm affected a little. We look forward to working together with the society, and congratulations once again. Pardon me for this.
Thank you very much. I'll now move on to Fatma Fatuma Mohammed, who's representing NONDO. Where are you seated?
Good morning, everybody. My name is Fatma Mohammed. I am the CEO of Northern Nomadic Disabled Persons Organization, NONDO. We advocate for the rights, inclusion, and participation of persons with disabilities from pastoralist communities. Let me take this opportunity to really sincerely congratulate Kenya Society for the Blind for this big milestone. Coming up with 5-year strategic plan is not something that we should really take for granted. And I'm hoping that at the end of the 5 years, the Kenya Society for the Blind will be able to achieve everything that they have planned for. I was once a student at Kenya Society for the Blind. I was learning JAWS, a computer. It's called screen reader that helps persons with disabilities to use the computer without being assisted by any other person. So I'm hoping that we will partner with Kenya Society for the Blind, and we'll be reaching out to see how we can partner. We just your neighbors just in South Sea, so we'll see how it goes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like now to also call upon the Kenya Session of the Deaf. Is anyone sitting near them or anyone who's with them?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Faith Karori. I'm standing in for Mr. Nixon Kakiri, who is our national chair. I'm actually so excited. The first time I interacted with a deaf person, with a blind person, I was really young. And we were talking about caps, and they said something about a white cane. But as a child, the first thing you register are the things that you already know. So I registered white cap. And he kept on saying how he needed one. And I went home and told my mom, we need to buy a white cap. I have a friend who really needs it. He's always complaining, and I don't know where we can get it. And she was like, there are so many shops. So let's just go get a cap and bring it to him. And I did. We bought a cap and we took it to him. And then he asked me, where have you brought me a cap? Mi nataka white cane. Nikamwambia mi nilishika white cap. That's why I've brought you a cap. Okay. Growing up, the second time, I work with the deaf people. The second time, I met a deaf-blind person. I didn't know they were blind. So I got in and started signing. And they're not reacting to anything I'm saying. So that was my second time getting really embarrassed being around a VIP. And right now I'm so excited. I can't wait to see what the Kenya Society for the Blind has for us, and how much more help the blind people are gonna get, how much further we are going to go in making sure that we meet the sustainable development goals and ensuring that there is equity and equality among everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. As I mentioned earlier, we are honored to have the First Ladies of the following counties: County of Nyandarua, County of Bungoma, County of Marsabit. And I would like to call upon the CEO of the counties council of the counties association, the CEO. Is she here? I thought I saw her earlier. Yeah, I would like to call you. Just come over. You introduce yourself, say what you do, and then you can ask the vice chair to also now introduce the other first ladies, and they can say something as we continue. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. My name is Janet Sayo, the CEO of the County First Ladies Association.
And the County First Ladies Association is an association of the spouses of the governors. And basically, they complement and support social development in the counties. And our focus is mainly on health, education, and women and youth empowerment. We are happy to be here today, and I'm happy to hear all the good work the various partners are doing in here. To KSB, launching your strategic plan means that there'll be more areas to partner with us. And also, I welcome that we can explore on which areas to partner with, especially with the counties, with the organizations that are already working in the counties. The County First Ladies will be there to support you in your work. So before I go any further, allow me to introduce again our Vice Chair, Her Excellency Alamitu Jatani, to tell us more about herself. She's the First Lady of Marsabit. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I thought we are happy to be here, and what we've come for, I think, is something to appreciate, and we should be in kind of a celebratory mode, right? Good morning. God is good, and all the time. Wow. So as the CEO said, the County First Ladies Association is an association that was formed in 2013 by the female spouses of the sitting governors in Kenya. Initially, we had all the 47 counties represented by male. That was in the first evolution. So that's how it became a female-only association. Currently, we have sitting female governors, and their spouses may not be part of the association, but are presented. They are represented. Ours is about advocacy, and because we are an association that is not recognized in the Constitution, once we sat down and asked ourselves, how do we make ourselves relevant? How do we make ourselves do a few things that can be able to, be seen out there? And we were able to focus on health, as she said, education, and youth and women empowerment. Going through this document I've been given, and looking at it, your key focus area number 2, advocacy, awareness creation, and public relation, would be one of the areas where we can comfortably say we can add our voice, just as we have done in areas that we've been working with. We have already partnered with other organizations and have been advocating for creation of awareness of women cancers, especially breast and cervical cancer, where we encourage women to go for early screening so that they can be treated. And the uptake of the HPV vaccine by girls. This has really gone a long way, and we've been able to launch 8 clinics in the past year across the 47 counties. And we hope, inshallah, before the end of 2022, we shall be opening more. So with that voice, we can be able to add our voice, as we said, because mostly when we speak about persons who are able differently, we talk about all of them. And our voice has always been, how do we get them registered through NHIF and to be registered by the Ministry of Labor and Social Services so that they can get services easily. So for us is to call all of us and to look at all those organizations that are working out there to come and partner, and where they would want us to add our voices, mostly in vernacular radios, we are ready to help. We'd also like to congratulate you for taking this great milestone and coming out, because launching a strategic plan for 5 years is no mean feat, and it's something that can be emulated and what we can do. I know I've been out there. I've not interacted a lot with the blind, but when I've had meetings with persons who have been able differently, I have had people ask me to get them braille machines, white canes, and I've always asked where from, how. Now the people in the room, now that you've seen us and you've seen our CEO, in case you are able to assist us, because there are people who are out there who require this, we can be able to have them, deliver to them, both in institutions and at personal level. As I conclude, I would like to introduce the First Ladies who are here. First, I would like to introduce the First Lady of Nyandarua, Anne Kimemia. Anne is the First Lady of Nyandarua County, a county that prides itself with producing a lot of potatoes. So maybe she can tell us the relationship between the blind and potatoes.
Good morning. Thank you so much, Vice Chair, for this opportunity to say hi and congratulations to KCB for this milestone. In the county that I come from, Nyandarua, I'm the matron, taking care of the people with disability. And this is a passion that I have, and I've done a lot, but it's unfortunate because I didn't have this connection that I haven't been able to do much with the visually impaired person, the VIPs, but I'm going back to my county, a very happy First Lady, because I've met the great team that is ready to partner with the counties, and I'm happy to meet all the partners today. Thank you so much, because this is the beginning of a big work that we are going together, and I know as CFLA, we are going to be partners that are going far to be the strong voice that is needed for the people that we live with to make them equal. So thank you so much. We are here at the invitation of the First Lady of Bungoma, our sister. Thank you so much for this opportunity that we are now becoming part of the big team that is taking care of our people. And thank you so much, our CEO. Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you so much, all the team that are here. Congratulations. It's a big day for all of us.
She forgot to speak about the potatoes. I also want to introduce the First Lady of Bungoma. The First Lady of Bungoma is passionate about blood, damu. She's a champion for blood donation, and she comes from a county that has issues with sickle cell anemia. And as she's here today, she'll be hosting us on Saturday to celebrate the World Hemophilia Day. And I think she's going to be with us only for a few minutes. Thank you, Your Excellency Caroline Wangamati. Karibu.
Good morning, everyone. I'm short, so I have to remove my mask. I'm not tall and elegant like my sisters here. What the girls are not telling is I actually sent them a message at 3 a.m. to tell them that there is this beautiful event that you need to attend. I'm actually shocked they read the message and they were here at 9 o'clock. My sisters, my vice chair, and my big sister, Anne, I am humbled by your presence here. I'm good friends with James. We met with James. He's calling himself the consultant. I don't know why. We met when he actually joined Kenya Society for the Blind to work on this strategic plan. We normally work together in the blood space, and we work on blood disorders, which is hemophilia, the bleeding disorder, and sickle cell disease, which is just a genetic mutation that's endemic in about 17 counties in the country, and my county is one of them. Even as we talk about blood and potatoes and everything else, there's a story I always remember. For those of you who are around my age, so you're talking of people above 40, those days will be caned when we are in school. There was always this child that sits in class who, when they sit in the back, they don't see the blackboard. They sit in front, they don't see the blackboard, and the teachers will cane them because then it will be assumed that this child is just not serious. You know, the teacher has written a word on the board. Then when they see the child replicating the word, they're just writing their own things. And for most of us, we never used to understand that it's actually an impairment problem. So it's very interesting when you sit here today so many years down the road and you've been given a chance to speak for those who can stand here and speak for themselves. And today I want to speak for those kind of children, not only in my county, but speaking for the other 46 counties in this country. We have the cataract problem in the adults. When I was actually signing the visitor's book, I was already making very strategic arrangements to invite anyone that is in this room who can come and do medical camps, and we operate on the people with the burden of cataract. I listened when the lovely lady there, I'm not very good with names because of my age, but you said something that 85% of blindness can actually be prevented. And I think it is a tragedy that we genuinely are registering 85% of blindness that can be prevented. And I think for the first ladies that are here, we are people who love to do something about the people that sometimes are forgotten or are taken for granted. And honestly, I want to call upon everyone that's in this room today that, starting with myself as Bungoma, I got very concerned because a lot of the lists that I was listening to did not have my county. I was not hearing my beautiful sister, Anne's County, Nyandarua, and my vice chair, who is a girl I really admire. Her county was not being mentioned. So for those lists, I just want you to keep adding 3 counties. If you are mentioning 10, please go to 13. Because we are here because we want to help our people. Come and do the medical camps in our county. Our CEO is here, Janet. Janet, speak to all these partners. You're our business card today. And make sure that these 3 counties, at least in the next 1 year, in the first year of the strategic plan, you make sure the Kenya Society for the Blind comes and does some work in our counties. As I close, I was speaking with James and I was remembering a camp that we did in, I think it was in 2019. It was organized by All Mutual, and I met a very wonderful gentleman from the Kenya Society for the Blind who was very ambitious. So apparently he had called and found out, approximately we're doing a 2-day camp, how many eyeglasses should I carry? And I don't know who gave him the wisdom, and someone told him, just carry about 40 pieces. So the day I arrived for the camp, they had done about 2 hours of the camp. Day 1, he didn't have a single piece left. I told him, boss, when you come to Bungoma, you want to carry about 1,000 pieces. Because 40 is nothing with the burden that we have in the county. And I assure you, it's not just Bungoma County. It is many, many other counties. This gentleman here spoke about something beautiful that I really liked. You say that there is a way in which disability and poverty tend to work together. And you know that a lot of the rural counties, you know, we're sitting here in Nairobi, we sit in Serena, and sometimes we forget the life that people out there live. And these are things they've just learned to deal with, and I don't know how to explain it. Sometimes I lack the words. It is important we break that circle. And the first ladies have positioned themselves directly in the middle of that to make sure that the one who could not have been attended to, the woman that's sitting in Marsabit suffering with cervical cancer, the woman that's in Mount Elgon in Bungoma who is having obstetric fistula, the woman that's in Nyandarua that's facing heavy malnutrition can actually be spoken for, and some help gets to her. And I'm not just saying women, including the men and the children. So like I said earlier, I will leave you in extremely able hands of my vice chair and Anne. Anne is extremely passionate about disabled people. And I love, Anne, that you're here today. Now, ukitoka bila chochote, it is James that you can blame. So I'm hoping that everyone loves you today and thinks of the wonderful people of Nyandarua and does something for you. We also have representation from the First Lady of Kajiado. The team from Kajiado are here. And Kajiado have a very big burden. So again, she may not be here, but my vice chair is here. She speaks for all of us. Please, the Kajiado team that is here that was sent by Her Excellency Edna, who also received a message at 3 a.m. I really apologize. Please, do something for them. They have a huge burden of blindness in their county. So thank you so much. I will beg to be excused by both the chair and the team that is here. I had a meeting scheduled somewhere else at 11 o'clock, but James is very persuasive. He's managed to keep me here, and I've overrun my meeting on the other side by about 30 minutes. It's been a pleasure, and I look forward to working with all of you. Should you need my contacts, James is my PA. He should be able to sort you out. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone. I think from the voices, it's clear that if we blind all the 47 spouses, governors are very busy, spouses who will be your advocates in matters, blindness, or any form of disability, then you will go far. Thank you very much for giving us the opportunity. We will always come at whatever time the message is sent, provided we read it by morning and we are around Nairobi or Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellencies. You've all heard it from the horse's mouth. And I don't think if there's anything for me to add. I'm available after this meeting, all the partners in the room, and I look forward to being part of this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's give them a hand. Let's clap for them. Asante sana. Makofi, asante sana. Thank you very much, Your Excellencies. I would like to say, on behalf of KSB, we are very excited to work with you. And we are happy to know that we have other excited partners who have been wanting to work with us. And so we can assure you that we will definitely get in touch with you. Through the office of the Executive Director and also the Chairman, we'll make sure that we partner with you guys, because this is a countrywide activity that would like to see it through. Thank you very much for your presence, and thank you very much for coming on short time. And at that time, I'd like just to take an interlude of entertainment, and I think at this time I'll ask Peter Kagwa, please just come and give us a small presentation, followed by the Kilimani children, and then from there Deno, and then we'll continue with the presentations. Just bear with us, because we are still on time, and I think you came here purposely to see what you could get best from this function. So karibuni sana, and maybe I'll just ask Peter to come over and just give his presentation. Karibu sana, Peter.
Asante sana studio, nimekupata kwa njia iliyo safi kabisa. Na hapa tuko naye wananchi mbalimbali ambao wamekuja hapa, na hapa tuko naye mtu wa pikipiki ambaye ameleta mtu asiyeona hapa. We, rudi nyuma, mtu wa pikipiki, utagonga watu hapa. Asante sana. Hebu tuelezee, we mtu wa pikipiki unaitwa namna gani?
Mzee, mimi naitwa tu Kevo hapa, nimekuja tu hapa kuona itu sherehe tu mzee imechacha mtu wangu.
Hebu tuelezee, umeleta nini hapa na umeleta nani hapa?
Nimeleta besti yangu ambaye tu mimi tu nimejazika sana na vile tu anatembea na hii kitu. Mzee, kitu nilikuwa nafikiria ni vitu za drums, lakini
inaitwa White Cane.
Ndio inaitwa tu hivyo. Nilimuuliza inaitwaje, lakini sasa aliponiambia inaitwa White Cane, unajua mara ya kwanza nilifikiria White Cane jina ya pombe mzee, lakini nimebambika tu.
Asante sana. Pia tuko naye kiongozi mmoja anaitwa hebu ambia jina yako.
Kwa majina mimi naitwa Musalia Mdavadi. Nimekuja kunasa picha za leo, na kama vile mnajua tunajua kunasa, na tumenasa watu kadhaa ambao tutawasaidia katika maisha yao ya kila siku.
Asante sana. Pia naona umekuja na rais mstaafu ambaye ni muda mrefu sana, ambayo tujamsikia kwa muda mrefu sana. Asante sana. Karibu.
Basi kile ambacho tumeona hapa tumeona.
Na unasemaje kuhusu siku ya leo ambao kunazinduliwa mipango maalum ya KSB?
Kwani si watu wameongea? Kwani tunasema nini ingine? Hakuna. Tumezoea kurudia rudia. Lakini kile ningependa kusema ni kile ambacho nimesema. Hakuna kitu kingine.
Asante sana studio. Kwa hivyo tumeongea na viongozi mbalimbali na ambao wametoa hisia zao kuhusu siku ya leo, na pia tuna mtu mmoja ambaye ametoka upande wa Western. Hebu tuelezee, wewe kama mzazi unajua kuna wanafunzi ambao wanahitaji ambao wasiona wanahitaji vitu fimbo nyeupe na wanahitaji vitu vya kusomea, unasema nini?
Kwa majina mimi naitwa Marita. Na mimi nimetoka upande wa Western. Mimi ni mama mzee sana. Na kile mimi ningependa kusema ni kwamba hii fimbo nyeupe ambayo nimeona hapa, mimi mara ya kwanza kuona nilifikiria ni fimbo yangu ya kutembelea, lakini ni mtoto ambaye alikuwa amekuja nayo, alikuwa aoni. Sasa nikamwambia kuishi kwingi, hiyo methali imekataa kidogo.
Kuishi kwingi ni kuona mengi.
Si ungesema, si ungenikumbusha hivyo. Unangoja tu niseme tu ni labda tafute. Haya, asante sana.
Asante sana. Mimi ni Charles Omuga na mimi nimetoka hapa ukumbi ama hoteli ya Serena Nairobi. Tunarudi kwenu studio.
Thank you, Peter. Asante sana, Peter. Thank you very much. Let's give him a clap, please. To give him a coffee. Asante sana. Now we'll go to the students from Kilimani now to give us their presentation, and then thereafter, they know get ready for that, for the next one after that.
Bakira
spring up a well within my soul, spring up a well that makes me whole, spring up a well and give to me that life abundantly.
Kofi, asante sana. Thank you very much. Kilimani School of the Blind. Bwana Deno, karibu. Makofi kwa Deno. Deno, karibu bwana. I think you can see we have enough talent within the visually impaired, so it's important to support them in the activities. Thank you.
Good morning once again. Good morning. Habari zenu. As we launch our strategic plan, I'm talking as a friend of Kenya Society for the Blind and a beneficiary. I'm so happy and I'm so grateful kwa kila mtu ambaye ameongea hapa, because I know that we have partners ambao tutawak now within this time. So with all due respect, naona tumeketi sana. Sasa naomba tusimame kidogo. Naomba tu. Na ninakuona. DJ, tupatie hiyo wimbo tuchangamuke kidogo. Isikume mbele kidogo ianze vizuri. Thank you. Ilete tu sauti. Haya, asante. Makofi inaanza pole tu. Hivyo tu makofi tu yanguke tu pole. Hivyo tu. Vile inakuja. Asante. Nisikize mtoto wa mama, hivi unavyoniona. Mimi Deno, nimetoka na mbali sana. Mtoto wa mama, hivi unavyoniona. Mimi Deno, nimetoka na mbali sana. Kangemini kazaliwa, hata mwangaza sikuwahi kuja kuona. Kangemini kazaliwa, hata mwangaza sikuwahi. Sipo tu tunaimba tu story yangu, tuende tu. Story yangu ni story yangu. Hebu rafiki nipe sikio, ninataka simulia. Story yangu ni story yangu. Hebu rafiki nipe sikio, ninataka simulia. Ongeza kama kofi. Maswali mengi kwako moyoni. Kwa nini mbona iwe? Kwa nini mbona iwe mimi? Najua uchungu au nioni. Niko na lakini mboni nimepungika, wapewa story. Mama alipoondoka, sikiza nikupe story. Kumbuka getoni ngori. Baba kanitoka sana, ikawa machozi mchanga na sijiwezi. Asante. Maisha kung'ang'ana kaona siwezi. Ndoto zangu katupa mbali, ila leo niko mahali. Maisha kung'ang'ana kaona siwezi. Kumbe Mungu aliona mbali. Ndio mziki amenipa mimi. Sema tu hivyo tu. Story yangu. Hebu rafiki nipe sikio, ninataka simulia. Story yangu, story yangu. Hebu rafiki nipe sikio, ninataka simulia. Nasema Mungu ni mwema, story zimebadilika. Leo hii tunaimba wanabarikiwa. Nasema Mungu ni mwema, story zimebadilika. Najua sasa umeshika kora, sasa tuimbe pamoja, twende kazi. Haya, twende. Story yangu, ni story yangu. Hebu rafiki nipe sikio, mimi nataka nataka simulia story yangu, ni story yangu. Urafiki nipe sikio, sisi tu tena, twende. Story yangu, story yangu. Urafiki nipe sikio, mimi nataka simulia story yangu, story yangu. Urafiki nipe sikio, mimi nataka simulia. Hii ndio story yangu. Kenya Society for the Blind is our pride. Na hii ndio story yangu. Naamini kila mtu anajua na kila mtu ameshuhudia that Kenya Society for the Blind is a place to be. And it is our link as VIP, si ndio? Makofi tukimalizia. Na kama kawaida, hapo sawa. Haya, tukimalizia kama kawaida, jipigieni makofi, mumefanya kazi mzuri.
Asante.
Haya, nipigieni yangu pia. Yangu mmepiga ndogo, ongezeni kidogo. Thank you very much.
Deno, asante sana. Makofi kwake tena. Then we can sit down. Thank you very much. Ketini, asante sana. Thank you very much. We'll continue with the partners' contribution, and I think now I'll go straight to Roto. Roto, we have Elizabeth Mainge, who's here. Elizabeth Mainge.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. My name is Elizabeth Maingi from Roto, but also from KSB because I lost my sight in 2013, January, February there precisely. And the first place I landed was at KSB. I met Solomon Bukala, and he was very helpful. So I'm one of the people who lost sight, and I became very hopeless. And as such, right now, my desire and my passion is to give people hope, especially the one who've lost their sight when they're adults, is to give them hope and to tell them losing sight is not the end of it. But today I'm also here to represent a company that I work for called Roto Molders. Roto Molders, we produce tanks, and since the time I went to Kenya, to Roto 2015, August, we partnered also with Kenya Society for the Blind to support the events, especially the Mount Longonot, the Limuru Golf Club, the walks, and many others. So I'm here to represent my boss, the general manager. He's called Raymond Goes. He sent me and told me that we are together and we are going to work together in this strategic plan. So looking forward to do many things together. Thank you very much and have a nice afternoon.
Thank you, Ms. Mange. Thank you very much, Elizabeth. I would like to call upon the Communication Authority. We have Purity. Purity, where are you?
Good morning, everyone. Purity Omenda from Communications Authority of Kenya. First of all, we are very thankful to be here. And launching the strategic plan, it's a very big issue because that is what will determine where you're going to be in the next 5 years. We usually say that failure to plan is planning to fail. But now that you've planned, I believe that this is going to give us the sense of direction. And also from our vision as a Communications Authority of Kenya, our vision is that to ensure that we have a digitally transformed nation. And that involves everyone. So we are all talking about inclusivity and diversity. So we will be available when we are needed in terms of assistance and partnership. And we just want to thank you for this opportunity for enabling us to also be here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, CA. At this point, I would like to call Archbishop Makdides just to come and give us a word as we now then move from there to the ministries.
Good morning once more. Thank you very much, brothers and sisters. Allow me to say a few words why I'm here today, first of all, and what I'm doing here in this country of Kenya, because you see, I am the only Muzungu in this room. Yes, I have been actually working in this beautiful country of Kenya for more than 4 decades. And by profession, I am a teacher. At the same time, I am the head of the Orthodox Church here in Kenya. And I have been establishing mostly schools. If you go to South Nyanza, if you go to Nandi, if you go to Vihiga, if you go even to Lodwar, you will find schools, and even Nairobi, even Kibera. And I thank God that I was able to transmit not only the word of God, but my passion, which is education. And I have seen a lot throughout my mission here in Kenya. As I'm standing in front of you today, I go back when our chairman, Samson Waeru, was a small boy. And he was under our protection. He was next to our place, and we took care of him, and we embraced him, and he's the one actually who introduced me to the Society for the Blind People. And today, I am actually making a special request to all of you to come and support the Society for the Blind. It is a wonderful mission. It is a service. And also it is something which is showing that we are all the images of God. And we should embrace one another. And we should assist and uplift one another. And it is a miracle to me, because as I said, I have seen the chairman when he was a small boy. And now he's the chairman of the Society for the Blind. So we thank God. And let us work, all of us together, to see that we are uplifting actually the lives of the blind people and all those with similar disabilities. Thank you very much, and may God bless you.
Thank you very much, Bishop. Thank you very much. Now I'll call upon, I'd like to call upon the ministries and also to recognize the presence of the principal of Machakos Technical Institute of the Blind, Dr. Priscilla Nduko. At this moment, I'll call upon Dr. Priscilla Nduko just to say something and talk about her partnership with KSB, and then we'll move to the ministries. Dr. Priscilla. As we wait for Dr. Priscilla to come, I will now call, first I'll start with the Ministry of Education. We have Mr. Fred Haga, who's here. Fred Haga, maybe you could give us he's the Director of the Special Needs. Maybe he would be able to give us highlights on the ministry, and then from there we'll move to the next ministry. Microphone, please.
Thank you so much. I think we are bordering on the afternoon, so good afternoon. My name is Frederick Haga. I work for the Ministry of Education. Currently, I'm heading the Directorate of Special Needs Education. want to start by congratulating the Kenya Society for the Blind upon the completion and now launch of their strategic plan for this specified period. I think that's a big achievement, and on behalf of the Ministry of Education, I join you in celebrating this moment. The Ministry of Education, as we all know, is the government department that has the mandate of ensuring that all learners in this country, regardless of their abilities or disabilities or circumstances that might differ, that all children in this country are able to access quality, relevant education. And that is why the Directorate of Special Needs Education was established specifically to coordinate the provision of education services for learners and trainees with different disabilities and special needs. And as a ministry, we recognize the role that Kenya Society for the Blind has played in that particular subsector, because until recently, in a partnership that the ministry had with Kenya Society for the Blind, we implemented the Kenya Integrated Education Program, a program that placed learners with visual disabilities in integrated and regular schools and supported them so that they were able to complete their education. And that's a program that saw this country have many, many graduates of the program, graduates who today are placed in different positions of responsibility, and provided a model and a case for other countries and other programs in terms of education service provision for learners with visual disabilities. So today, as you launch the plan for the next strategic period, the ministry is assuring the Kenya Society for the Blind that the strategic plan, as it is now, is a document that will need to be activated and actualized. And we give our commitment that we will help Kenya Society for the Blind in breathing life into this plan so that its aspirations can be realized. Because only then will we be able to meet the different objectives that we have laid down in this plan, so that this country can be better off in terms of education service provision for learners with visual disabilities. Before I end, like many of the previous speakers, I also have a personal experience and engagement with the society. Many of us know that it was at KSB that almost anybody would knock the door, or that would be the first stop for anybody who lost his or her sight in this country. And many, many years ago, more than 30 years ago, I knocked on the doors of KSB when I lost my sight, and KSB pointed me towards the right direction. So I am commending the work that KSB has done, because you have transformed lives one by one. And there are testimonies of people whose lives have changed as a result of KSB. So congratulations today, and the ministry will support you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director. Thank you very much. I'd like now to call upon Kenyatta National Hospital. We have Dr. Wachira here. Dr. Wachira, Kenyatta National Hospital.
Dear colleagues, how are you? Good morning, or is it afternoon yet? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. I'm Dr. Washira. I'm an ophthalmologist at Kenyatta National Hospital. And as you are aware, Kenyatta National Hospital is a premier institution that offers innovative, evidence-based, specialized healthcare. So as the eye department, we also aim at delivering that specialized eye care. And what happens with a specialized eye care is that the outcome is a decreased burden of blindness in the country and the region at large. So we are very happy to be partnered with the Kenya Society for the Blind, and we appreciate the efforts that are made towards rehabilitating our patients at the end of that treatment journey. So at the end of that treatment journey, and I'm sure my colleagues here will agree with me, the doctor is normally also quite despondent. We also normally feel that loss, that we have been unable to reverse the loss of sight in the patients that we are handling. And therefore, we are at a position to offer hope to our clients when we refer them to the Kenya Society for the Blind. And we are able to give a wide array of possibilities in terms of their activities, daily life activities, professional activities. And therefore, as an integral player in the healthcare system, we are proud as Kenyatta National Hospital to be associated with this 2021-2025 strategic plan. And we wish you Godspeed. We wish you every success as you implement your plan. So thank you very much on my own behalf and the behalf of the chair of the Department of Ophthalmology at Kenyatta National Hospital, and I dare say the director of the hospital. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Washira. I don't know whether the principal of Machakos Technical Institute has come back. Is she here? Okay, there's also the Kenya Institute for the Blind. There's a representative, KIB.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Caroline Kiongo. I work for Kenya Institute for the Blind, and I'm here to represent the director, Madam Anne, who is not here with us. And as KIB, we would like to congratulate Kenya Society for the Blind for this noble task. And we wish you all the best as you look forward to implement the strategic plan. KIB is committed to continue partnering with KSB in enhancing quality education and rehabilitation by persons living with visual impairments. Once again, we congratulate you and thank you for allowing us to be part of this noble task. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Karibu sana, asante sana. We also have the MOH of Kajiado here. MOH Kajiado. Please, MOH Kajiado is on that side. Maybe you could also introduce your team. I hear you have a team from Kajiado. You can also introduce them when you do that.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dr. Owenga. I work as an ophthalmologist in Kajiado County Referral Hospital. The team that I was to come with, unfortunately, are delayed. I was requested to attend this launch by the First Lady, Her Excellency Edna Lenku. She would have wished to be here, but had other pressing commitments. So on her behalf and my own behalf, let me take this opportunity to congratulate KSB for the new strategic plan and wish you all the best as you implement the plan. Her Excellency is very passionate about improving the lives of the vulnerable in the community. As the First Lady for Bungoma said, Kajiado County faces unique challenges. We have very high prevalences of a disease that we call trachoma, that is a blinding disease. And so we have people that need help beyond what I can offer as an ophthalmologist. And as Dr. Washira had said, as doctors, sometimes we are very sad when we reach the end of what we can do for our patients, but there is always hope. As the lady from Roto said, there is always hope for those people that have irreversible blindness or irreversible visual impairment. So KSB has worked closely with Kajiado in the education sector in the past, but going forward, we would wish to foster partnerships to ensure that people who need your help can be linked from our Department of Health to KSB to receive the help that will help them live lives that are productive, because we know people who lose vision also lose livelihoods, and this loss of livelihoods affects more than just them. It affects even the families and affects the communities. So we'll continue to work together, and I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you very much. At this point, I would like to call upon Dr. Dorothy Mutie. Is she here? On behalf of Director Mutie, on behalf of the Ministry of Health, and maybe you could also introduce your team.
Good afternoon, everyone. So it's a pleasure to be in this forum where we are about to launch the new strategic plan for Kenya Society for the Blind. So my name is Dr. Mutie Dorothy. I'm here on behalf of the head of Ophthalmic Services Unit at the Ministry of Health. And I'd like to introduce the team that came. And so I'll ask Dorcas to wave a hand, Dorcas Chelanga. And we have Dennis. Yes, thank you. I'm not sure there's anyone else. I think that's a team that came in. But I'd also like to recognize my other colleague from Ministry of Health, Afya House. So maybe he'll have an opportunity later to speak. So just on behalf of the team and Dr. Gishangi, I would say that KSB is really the mother of Ophthalmic Services Unit, because many years back, the Kenya Ophthalmic Program was launched and was run by KSB when the Ministry of Health realized the importance of eye health, and the importance of having eye health being given a special area, a special focus. And so we've worked with KSB, or rather KSB really led to the Ophthalmic Services Unit, formerly Division of Ophthalmic Services. And so I would say the partnership has been there for very, very long. And I can assure you that this partnership is not about to end. In the new National Strategic Plan for Eye Health, rehabilitation has been given a special focus. And so because of that, because of the challenges that are faced by eye health workers, as has been reiterated by my colleagues, Dr. Washira and Dr. Oenga, KSB, we cannot work without KSB and other partners who support those who are irreversibly blind. And so today we join together in this team to support and partner as we work together to ensure every person who is visually impaired is engaged, is fully engaged within the society, that they are not left behind. On a personal note, as an ophthalmologist, often I would call KSB the eye drop production unit for particular eye drops that are not normally available in our chemists. And with that, I would really hope and appeal to our partners to support especially the eye production unit, so that we may have our own homegrown products available for our patients within the country. And with that, once again, congratulations on the launch of the new strategic plan. Thank you.
Asante sana Daktari, thank you very much. I'd like to call again on I'd like to call upon the principal of Machakos Technical Institute for the Blind, Dr. Priscilla Nduko.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Nduko Mutua. I'm the principal of Machakos Technical Institute for the Blind. And we have been partnering with KSB for the longest time ever. In fact, the only official vehicle that we have was donated through Kenya Society for the Blind in 1965. So, they really assist us in terms of providing assistive devices. So they promote access to training. And in Machakos, we offer so many courses of so many programs, including rehabilitation of the newly blinded persons, training them braille literacy, independent living skills, computer skills. For now, earlier it used to be typing skills, but now it has improved to computer skills. We also introduced, we did what is called reverse integration, and invited the sighted or the regular students because we have upgraded our courses. We have the lowest cadres of training that are registered or administered by NITA, and we also have artisan and craft certificate courses by NEC. And nowadays we have improved under TVET. We are having we are impressing what we are calling competence-based education and training, which is now going to be assessed by a body called TVET CDAC. So we have upgraded what we have. The courses that we run are clothing and textiles, which includes knitting. This knitting is purely for persons with visual impairment. So we equip them with those skills so that they can be able to be self-reliant. We have building and construction. We have tannery and leatherwork. This tannery and leatherwork, we have both trainees with visual impairment and also regular ones. We have ICT skills for the advanced levels, and we also have computer skills for the lower levels, and also for our students in that specialized one, the JAWS, with their software, the specialized softwares. We also introduced our friend, the director, Fred Hager, has left. He's mentored me because I got to Machakos training in 1997. And because I'm not a specialist in special needs, they mentored me. And I remember I used to be at KICD, the then KIE. So we came up with we came up with syllabi that were suitable for persons with different disabilities. So to cut the long story short, we really want, as Machakos Technical Institute for the Blind Fraternity, we really want to congratulate Kenya Society for the Blind, and we also work with Kenya Blind Trust and KIB, CBM. They've been also supporting us in so many ways. I would also like to request, we used to have this World Sight Day at very high levels, but somehow it is like that is no longer observed. And if it is observed, it is in a very low pace and very quiet way. So I would like to revive this because we still need to do that advocacy. That is our mandate. We need to do that advocacy. And you heard my colleague here talk about it. She didn't know what white cane means. So there are so many people out there who really don't know what we are supposed to be doing and what our people, our friends, our sons and children are supposed to be using. So thank you very much, and to congratulate you once again.
Asante Daktari, thank you very much. Now we'll move to the county representatives. Here we have a representative from Migori representative. Yeah, please. From Migori we go to Makueni, then from Makueni we go to Nyeri.
Thank you. Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Dennis Omwenga. I come from Migori County. I represent the CEC Migori, Honorable Nyamita. In Migori, actually, the way we work with the KSB, I am the coordinator of coordinate the disability mainstreaming within the county. And among the people living with disability, we also work with the special needs department, Ministry of Education at the county, for those cases that we have identified, the young children who needs special education. So we identify them for placement. So my ask for the KSB is to actually to expand their services and work with the counties so that we can work and help our people. And I congratulate you for this 5-year strategic plan. Thank you. Thank you.
Asante sana Bigori. Can we have Makueni County, one of the representatives, and introduce the rest? Makueni.
Good afternoon. My name is Abednego Kitheka Mutunga. I'm the Disability Mainstreaming Officer in Makueni. I want to introduce my colleagues who assist me. We have Lawrence, can you wait? Then we have Bide. She's also an assistant to me. In Makueni, we have already started a journey in partnership with the KSB. The team visited us in Makueni. Our governor has really expressed some interest. We are in the process of finalizing an MOU with KSB to roll out some of our programs. So it's something that we are looking forward as soon as possible. So let me thank Wawero and your team, even for supporting us with white cans and food. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Makueni. Do we have Nyeri in the house? Nyeri. Karibu sana Mheshimiwa Sankok, karibu sana. Nyeri.
Good afternoon, members. My name is Lawrence Kingore. I come from Nyeri County. I'm a member of the Disability Mainstreaming. I'm here to represent the CEC, Dr. Kamau. And Nyeri is ready to continue partnering with the Kenya Society for the Blind. And the program, as you have alleged in your strategic plan, we shall see where we can assist and where we can be able to participate in rehabilitation of the persons living with blindness. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nyeri. And I would like us to watch a clip. As we continue, I'd like us to watch a clip to show that the visually impaired is not a disability, but you're able to live with it and be able to do things like normal people. Just put in the clip, please, as you watch that, please.
Kwa zaidi ya miaka 10 amekuwa akiwahudumia wakazi wa eneo lake kama naibu chifu, lakini miaka 3 iliyopita alipata pigo baada ya kupoteza uwezo wa kuona. Lakini licha ya hayo amejizatiti kuhakikisha kwamba anatoa huduma bora kwa wakazi, na ajenda kuu katika kazi yake ikiwa ni kuhakikisha kwamba kero ya pombe haramu inamalizika. Namzungumzia Bi Patricia Uwandia ambaye hii leo ndiye ambaye tunamvika taji la mwanamke bomba.
Mimi ni naibu wa chief wa area inaitwa Miremaine sublocation katika Juja location in Juja sub county, Kiambu county. Mimi wakati mmoja kwa kanisa nikasikia kwamba kuna position ya assistant chief. Mimi nika apply kazi, Mungu akanijalia nikapata hiyo kazi na nikafurahi sana na nashukuru Mungu. Hii kazi nimefanya kwa miaka 11. Mimi niajiriwa kazi nikiwa na masho kama yule mtu mwingine, nikiwa nafanya kazi kama yule mtu mwingine, lakini kwa mwaka wa 2015 ndio hali ya masho shida masho ilinianza. Nikawa tu najikuna tu, mimi nikawa nafikiria tu ni kawaida. Kwenda hospitali nikaambiwa macho yangu si mzuri, nikaandikiwa glasses. So nikawa naenda hospitali mpaka nikawa nimeenda operation 2018 na 2019. Wakati nilifanya operation ya mwisho 2019 ndio macho yangu ilikataa kuona na nikawa na hiyo upofu. Mwanahamisi, wakati uko na viungo zako zote na mwili na zinafanya kazi, alafu kimoja kikosa kufanya kazi, unakosa kujiamini, sababu ile kitu ya kwanza ni ya kwamba nitakuwa nashukuriwa kutoka point A to point B na mtu mwingine. Si vile mimi nilikuwa naamka, najipanga, naenda bio, najipangia program. Kuna kitu moja nilikaa nikajiambia, area yangu itakuwa mzuri vile tu nilipokuwa hata kabla macho yangu ipotee. Nikawa na supervisor mzuri sana, DCC wetu na hata shults wale wengine. Wakawa nishika mkono, tulienda kwa mto kama na wao na tena nikawa na kikosi mzuri sana ya police officers. Sababu ya security tunaenda na wao, inakuwa multi agency. So tukawa tunaenda na wao mpaka hiyo ikafikia our CS Dr. Fred Matiang'i. Na diposa wakakuja kwangu tarehe 3 mwezi wa Samba last year. Nikapata aid. So changamoto za kazi zikapungua na diposa nikaona vile tu nilikuwa nafanya kazi hapo mbeleni. Kusema ukweli naweza sema pengine ni 5% ambao ilipungua. Kazi ya ofisi sana nafanya kama yule mwingine, kama mtu mwingine, kama niko na maisha sababu.
And congratulations on the launching of the strategic plan 2021 to 2025. I'll just give a few remarks on my behalf and behalf of the PS. One, you know, the Kenya Society of the Blind was created by an act of parliament. Is it 65 years ago? With the work of spearheading the agenda of persons of living with visual impairment, the VIPs, as we have said, in the context of education, training, and also in the assistance of prevention of blindness. At this time, the Ministry of Health did not actually have the proper capacity to coordinate eye care services. As my colleagues have said, this came up later on, and that mandate was actually done by the Kenya Society of the Blind. I remember when I was working as a medical officer in the 1993-94, anything that to do with ophthalmic services was actually Kenya Society of the Blind. Those are the vehicles we saw. We know currently the National Eye Health Working Group of the Ministry of Health, which is mandated to coordinate the activities around the eye care, was an evolution of the then Prevention of Blindness Committee of the Kenya Ophthalmic Program, which was of the Kenya Society of the Blind. So quite a number of steps have come up with the help of the Kenya Society of the Blind. And we know that they don't only work with the Ministry of Health, but help with other ministries. We've seen Ministry of Education here, Labor and Social Protection. Ladies and gentlemen, about 7.5 million Kenyans at one time are in need of eye care. And about 250 of these are blind. This is overwhelming. Our health system has been able only to reach about 1/5 of this population. So we still have a lot of work to do to be able to reach the remaining 4/5 of the population. More worrying is that 75% of those who are visually impaired, including the blind, need not live with this impairment, as there are cost-effective treatments available, like cataract surgeries and spectacles. As we follow the World Health Organization World Report on Vision, we know that now we need to, it proposes an integrated people-centered care. Some of these elements include the continuum of promotive and preventive treatment and rehabilitative interactions. In addition, it entails working through sectors beyond health and through the life course. So I still want to encourage the Kenya Society of the Blind to work through the report to ensure that all other government ministries, including health, education, labor and social protection, are part and parcel of this. The Ministry of Health also is preparing its own National Eye Strategic Plan for 2020-2025. And I'm hoping that, which I believe is what the KSB put into actually incorporated in their strategic plan. So with these few remarks, mine is to call upon the leadership and the management of KSB to continue working closely with government ministries to tap available resources. We as MOH shall continue to strengthen partnership, collaboration with all partners to ensure no one in Kenya is necessarily blind. It is a great pleasure to declare the Society of the Blind Strategic Plan officially launched. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Keegan. Thank you very much. And now I would like us to officially see the presentation of the launch. And at this time, I would like to call upon the chairman of KSB to come over and give us his presentation. And thereafter, we'll have the official launch of the strategic plan. Thank you very much. And just bear with us. We are about to sum up. And with that, karibu sana, Bwana Chairman. Let's give him a clap. Asante sana for the good job that you've directed your team to do. And so we'd like to see what you plan to do for the next 5 years. And thank you very much. Asante and God bless you. Asante sana.
So, our guest of honor, who will be joining us shortly, represented by officials from the Ministry of Labor and Social Protection, just to recognize the direct administration in the ministry, Ibrahim Alim, as well as one of our council members, Moses Kamau, Director, Special Needs Education, Ministry of Education, Bwana Fred Haga, representatives from the Ministry of Health, Honorable Sankok, nominated Member of Parliament 001, representing persons with disabilities in the National Assembly, Country Director, CBM, David Mnyendo, Country Director, ESLO, Raphael Okumu, Country Director, Operation Eyesight, and representative from Fred Hollows, Director, Kilimanjaro Blind Trust, all partner organizations in the disability sector represented here, other partners, Your Eminence Archbishop Macarius, head of the Orthodox Church of Kenya, council members of Kenya Society for the Blind, the management, membership, and everyone from the society, as well as Your Excellency, the First Ladies of Bungoma, the First Lady of Marsabit, the First Lady of Nyandarua. We recognize your presence, and we are very happy to have all of you here, all protocols observed. Today is a very important day for the Kenya Society for the Blind as we launch this important 5-year roadmap of the society. Allow me to take you through the journey of the society and also to briefly acquaint you with what is in this 5-year strategic plan. As has been presented earlier, the Kenya Society for the Blind was established in the year 1956. The establishment of the society did not come accidentally. It was actually because of the effects of the Second World War, whereby our soldiers who were coming back home, majority or a good number of them had lost sight and they had nowhere to go. No one knew how to deal with. And it is because of this that the colonial government, being ignited by the United Nations Declaration of Human Rights in 1948, that then put the foundation for the society to be formed so that it would look into the welfare of these soldiers. That's how we came to be. So Parliament in its wisdom, that was the LegCo, created the society. And they created the society as a statutory charitable organization where donors, members, any public person could be given an opportunity to to support the cause and welfare of blind persons in the Republic. When this work began, universally, we were being guided by the charity model or charity approach towards disability, whereby disability was only sympathized with. And after someone sympathized with you, they would go away and no one would help you. So due to this, medical interventions or medical research showed that it was not a sustainable way of dealing with disability, and there we had the medical approach where disability, doctors could attempt to cure visual disability. And where it failed, in early 70s, the social approach then guided that blind people, if taken to school and if provided with the resources, could actually learn and be very important people in life. And this continued shaping the work of the society in this country and in many other colonial countries. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now important that we understand how the society works and how it operates. In the Act, the society, or the highest organ in the society, is the council that has representation from 3 key ministries in our republic, that is the Ministry of Labor and Social Protection, the Ministry of Health, and the Ministry of Education, as well as 6 other elected members in an AGM who serve in the council voluntarily in promoting the welfare of the blind. And our mandates are well espoused in the Act, and they have been talked about here. And I will touch on them as I also do the presentation of the strategic plan. This 5-year plan is well organized, easy to understand, and it has only 5 simple chapters that has a background, that has the research that we've used to determine what we'll be doing, the program and thematic areas, the reporting mechanisms, as well as the monitoring and evaluation aspect. Kindly allow me to just touch on the areas we will be focusing on. Our strategic plan will focus on 5 key areas. Number 1, guided by the mandate of health, that is the prevention of avoidable blindness, we will be focusing on collaborating especially with counties, county referral hospitals, even with the national government, with the teaching and referral hospitals, where we shall try to establish accessible, quality eye care facilities and equipments in these counties, because here we've realized that actually blind and people who are in the risk of going blind do not belong to the society, rather the society belongs to them. But these people belong to the counties and belong to the government. And then for us, the society, we belong to them in that we should be able to appeal, to lobby, to advocate for partnerships that take services in terms of the eye drops that we produce that can be used in these clinics, the spectacles, affordable spectacles that we will be doing, and training the health eye care workers who will be handling such cases from the mashinani level. So you will see that we will still do medical camps, we will still do eye screening for kids, so that we approach prevention of avoidable blindness from all angles. Under health also, we are going to go into sexual reproductive health, especially for those people who are irreversibly blind, who are about 350,000, from 350,000 of our population. And we realize that they've been long discriminated and stigmatized when it comes to sexual reproductive health and rights. And so it's time we're feeling we need to begin this conversation so that as funding comes to support SRHR programs, it can also be tailor-made for blind and visually impaired people so that they get assistance. We'll also focus on psychosocial support and therapy for those who are newly blinded and for also those who are blinded. I think this will come under rehabilitation. We'll also look at encouraging visually impaired persons on family values and how to run their families, good grooming, and many other aspects of life done at Mashinani. Then we have our second pillar of advocacy, creation of awareness, and public relations. And this is a really wide pillar. You'll find that from this forum today, many people are learning new things or are hearing new things about blindness. And so with advocacy, we want to focus first on ensuring that visually impaired people have access to services, access to technology, fast coming technology, like now digital braille as Kilimanjaro Blind Trust is doing. So we'll be partnering with them in that through our advocacy programs. We'll also do as we have always done, but now to a greater partnership with counties in terms of white canes and many other devices that blind and visually impaired people need. And we shall be in the forefront of advocating for the welfare of blind people, especially in many other sectors such as the financial sector, employment, advising and also advocating for employment opportunity for people who are blind and visually impaired. We will also do creation of awareness, and from this year we are owning the World Sight Day. We'll be bringing everybody together and our banner to celebrate this important function that pertains blind and visually impaired people. We shall also do branding and media partnerships and collaborations so that we raise the awareness of blindness and how it should be treated. So that takes me now to our next pillar, that is education and rehabilitation. It has been touched on by Fred Hager. We have done a lot of education programs. The main one is the Kenya Integrated Education Program that ran for many years. We are, for example, I am a product of that because when this was being done by Sight Savers, that's when I was taken to Kilimani Primary School. So with this experience of supporting education, we now seek to go further and ensure that we place ourselves in a position where we can advise the ministry on the upcoming educational trends. We can also champion for training of the teachers that are handling visually impaired students as well as teachers who are visually impaired. You'll agree with me, ladies and gentlemen, that the employment in the Kenyan sector, especially the teaching fraternity, that is where blind and visually impaired teachers have impacted most in our economy. And with the focus on this education, we seek to continue raising awareness on plights of these blind teachers where they face many challenges. Also, we will continue advising the stakeholders on this important issue of the intake of P1 teachers. I'm seeing there is a rule that has changed, and we think it's dangerous because like this year, we are not going to take or to admit any P1 teacher because the threshold for P1 now, you need to have a C-con in mathematics. And you know very well, we have not put structures in place to enable visually impaired persons perform exemplary well in the KCSE. Scientific calculators are not available to all high school blind students because one goes for 30,000. We know very well that in our schools, this cannot even be affordable for one student. So limiting someone from joining a teacher's training college because they don't have a C constant in mathematics, we feel it's unfair. So these are the things we will really advocate for in education. In education also, we shall involve ourselves in civic education, and especially with the electioneering year coming, we will do a lot of governance and leadership forums for persons with visual impairments, giving them information on how they will need to vote for elections, how they can vie for seats, how they can join political parties, so that we see more of them also getting into that space of representing persons with disabilities in the various leadership cadres of our nation. In the rehabilitation of newly blinded persons, we will also, we are going to focus, or we are going to enhance the training at the Center for Adaptive Technology, where after school, you have to come and be trained on computer skills using the screen reading software called JAWS that helps you maybe access university classes, or be able to be placed in a career where you can participate and work the way other people work without many difficulties. So our rehabilitation support shall also include mental wellness. So we will have that very robustly done. We are also going to ensure that our rehabilitation services are taken to counties where once you are confirmed to be irreversibly blind, there is a support system that can take you up and help you to be reintegrated into the society, career placements, and many other things. And we'll also have this core pillar that is institutional strengthening the society, and basically this, especially because the society depends on its members, so we have reviewed the memberships of individuals. We've brought new categories, bronze, where you pay from as little as 2,500 to support the work of the society in bronze. There is silver, there is gold, and there is platinum. And then there's a membership subscription fee for the corporates, and also for honorary members who we can get more information before we leave from the brochures that we've been given. We shall also ensure the strengthening of our institution by linking ourselves with the individuals of high net worth. We will also do joint ventures with other organizations and partnerships and many other things, so that when we go to our final pillar of sustainability, this is where we talk about how the society is going to ensure that its programs remain sustained for a long time. We will be pursuing funding from the government. We will also be pursuing IGAs. We will enhance our IGAs, income generating activities, through rent and leases and many other things. We are also establishing a Braille production unit where we will help the society with the public make documents accessible for visually impaired persons, and this actually has already begun, so we call upon entities to come and join the societies in translating their documents into Braille. We have a national idol production unit as ways with which we are going to upscale our sources of funding for us to meet our goals. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is a very big document. I will only give you those snippets and then make the following remarks. So, given the history and the work that the society has done and where we need to go, it is time that I made an appeal to everyone. We need to make this bed even before we lie in it. Mostly, as I said, the society was created because there was a Second World War and there were blind people and nobody knew how to deal with them. They had nowhere to go. Then we were created. Secondly, when the society enjoyed a very enormous support was when there was a bomb blast and many survivors of bomb blast lost their sight. Then we saw renewed interest, especially even from the American government, where they came and established the Center for Adaptive Technology. So my call today, let's not wait for a calamity to happen for us to remember that we need to help the cause of blindness. Let's do it early before, so that this bed you help us make when you are sighted will accommodate you better when you lose your sight. At this juncture also, ladies and gentlemen, we are launching this strategic plan in very difficult times when we have had the COVID-19 pandemic. We know as blind persons, we perceive our world by touch, and this has led to many of us living deplorable lives. And we want to thank the partners who stood with us through that time. Just to mention a few, at the Huru Lions Club, who came to our aid with food packs. You had the Nairobi Rotary Club, also provided us with food packs. The Orthodox Church of Kenya came in very well. And also other partners such as WhatsApp, Water and Sanitation for Urban Planning, Kemri gave us many sanitizers. And G4S helped us to take these good packages to all parts of our country, including Turkana, including Kwale, Kilifi, and our impact was really felt. And this has really touched our lives. So we really recognize this good gesture towards blind people, and we encourage you to to continue with the same heart. And then I would also like to say that we are launching this plan as a very good opportunities for counties to take and ensure that the welfare of blind people in their counties, the eradication of blindness is well catered for. I'm very encouraged that we've had the First Ladies Association Vice Chair and two other First Ladies. And I will tell you how KSB works with counties is through MOUs. So as we go back to our counties and as we tell other counties to come and work with Kenya Society for the Blind, we will have memorandum of understandings with these counties so that we put them in line to start getting these opportunities. Already we have an MOU with Bomet that we will be signing in a few days to come. And you've heard CBM will start with a project in Bomet and Vihiga. So we call upon Vihiga also to hasten these MOU things so that we can use that as we form relationships and as we make these problems of avoidable blindness easy to tackle and to solve. Other counties that we have MOUs with are Nandi and Kisumu, and we look forward to the Makueni MOU and all other counties including Nyandarua, Bungoma, and Marsabit that are represented here. Let's do this, engage with the society. We have a working agreement so that we can get these opportunities right at your doorstep. Because as I've said, these blind people belong to you, but the society belongs to all the blind people wherever they are. And I believe through this way we will be able to achieve a lot as a society. We'll be able to impact inclusivity of blind and visually impaired person in the sector. I also wish to thank our long-term partners, UAP Old Mutual, IRA, Sight Savers International, Fred Hollows, Operation Eyesight, and any other partner that I may not remember from the top of my head, but receive our thanks as a society from the bottom of my heart. Help us launch this strategic plan, and after we launch, work begins. I thank you all for supporting us, and as we wait for the CS to come and help us launch. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bwana Chairman. Thank you very much. Makofi kwake. Thank you very much. At this moment, I would like to call upon Mheshimiwa Sankok. Please, you can come and give us your remarks as we wait for the CS. Just bear with us, tafadhali. We should be done in the next few minutes. I think we're at the tail end of it.
Bwana Yesu asifiwe. Kwani mmekaa hapa sana mpaka imekuwa ni shida. Hebu tusalamiane. Excellencies present, CS who is yet to come, Honorable MCS if they are present, Honorable David Munyanda, who is a very good friend of mine from CBM, Honorable Chairman Samuel Wawero, CEOs who are present, ladies and gentlemen. I'm David Olesankok and I'm honored to be here today so that we can launch this very important strategic plan. Daktari, asante sana, umekuwa ukitembea na sisi throughout. And before even we do anything, or before I deliver my remarks, and because I've seen that I think our glucose level have gone a bit lower, I want us to stand up so that we can have the Persons with Disability Anthem. And all of you will assist us in reciting the Persons with Disability Anthem. And since most of you are not aware, so you will repeat after me. I may have lost my sight, but not my vision. I may have lost my legs, but not my momentum. I may have lost my skin pigment, but not my beauty. I may have lost my hearing, but not my understanding. I may have lost my mental ability, but not my human feelings. Thank you so much. Ketini. Ladies and gentlemen, why we have recited this anthem for persons with disability is because there is ability beyond disability. And that we have changed the narrative that we no longer need sympathy. We need to be given opportunities. We are here today to launch a very important strategic plan for our brothers and sisters with visual impairment. And it's just good for me to mention a few heroes with vision impairment. There is Honorable Senior, who was a member of parliament, and he was instrumental in the success of our Constitution of Kenya 2010 and also Persons with Disability Act. There is Honorable Laibuta, who is currently judge of the Court of Appeal. There is also Honorable Torerei, Fred Aga. There is also Honorable Samuel Wawero, who is our chairman today for the Kenya Society for the Blind. And I have known him while he was a student in the university, and he has been a passionate leader of persons with disability in the university. We have so many other heroes. We know, you remember the late, I don't remember his name, but he was instrumental in our Constitution 2010. These people overcome a lot of challenges for them to be where they are. And ours is not only to appreciate them, but to recognize them as our heroes. Because for them to go through primary school, even to complete class 8, remember their pen costs 100,000, while your pen costs 10 shillings. You know, the pen for a person with visual impairment is a braille, and the minimum cost is 100,000. Yet ours is 10 shillings. These people must overcome a lot of challenges. Sometimes they have to share those pens in a whole school because we can't afford 100,000 for every people. Just imagine that you are in a school, you are in a class, and you are visually impaired, and the teacher is teaching mathematics, and there is a triangle that have been drawn on the board. There are all those diagrams, rectangle. You are told the issue of pi r square to get the area of a, is it a circumference of a circle, you know? I'm sorry, but I got an A in KCSE, but I have forgotten these things. So you can imagine all those diagrams. You will be seeing the diagrams. What will happen with that people with visual impairment? And then again, the benchmark of the exam is that they must get a certain grade for them to be teachers, for them to be lawyers, for them. Our qualification to universities are all the same across the board. For them to even score a D is like somebody without visual impairment scoring an A. But have we tried as much as possible to try and accommodate them? Because as we recognize limitations that come with disability, we must also recognize ability beyond disability. If yes, I did not pass in mathematics because of the challenges that I have just enumerated, the diagrams that I was not able to see, why do you deny me a chance to become a teacher of English? Why do you deny me a chance to become a lawyer because there is a minimum requirement for you to grade to get in mathematics for you to be a lawyer? Why should you deny me that chance? Are we really having in Kenya what we call adaptable exam? Because I remember there was a presidential directive in 2016 where we needed adaptable exams. We did not say that as persons with disability we need to be given easier exam. No, we don't know easier exam. But we need to be given adaptable exam. Because a child without arms write using their mouth. And I want to challenge all of you. You know me, I normally want when we all interact. Led by Daktari, David Munyando. By the way, let us even give this exam to Daktari. You know, to study medicine, you must be very qualified. So I want to give him the exam. So Daktari, write your name using your mouth. I allow you to remove the mask. Just write, please. Just continue. We have enough time to wait for you. Okay, Felista, can you read for us what you have written? Because I know kuna sarakasi hapo. Read for us. What does it say? So, ladies and gentlemen, what you are just saying, now imagine that child with disability, without arms, writing using their mouth, and you give them the same time that you have given to somebody who is writing using either left arm or right arm, depending on which one is comfortable. You are giving them enough space. I know it's almost filled, eh? The foolscap is almost filled. So you are giving that person the same space to answer questions. Sometimes they have only answered 2 questions out of 50. Then you say they have scored an E. No. These people are intelligent. If they were given adaptable exam, if they were given the opportunity to use brailles or to use computers, then they will have been faster. If they were given enough time, they will have answered all questions, and then you will gauge them from what they have answered, not from what they have not answered. So I think also it's a high time all of us now come together and think of ways of trying to have adaptable qualification for individual courses, because we accept our limitation as persons with disabilities. My friend Samson Waweru cannot go and study veterinary medicine. He accepted that siwezi sukumana na mang'ombe kwa sababu hata siwezi waona. But he can be a very good lawyer, because lawyers does not need eyes. They need the mouth and brains. And Wawero is endowed with both of them. That is why we are saying we need adaptable qualification, minimum qualification for any course that we have to study, especially for persons who are visually impaired. It's also unfortunate that in this country, Kenya Society for the Blind is still surviving on donation, goodwill, philanthropists, mostly from out of this country. Yet, Kenya Society for the Blind was formed through an act of parliament, like any other parastatal, like any other state corporation, like AQ, like National Council for Persons with Disability. It is really not good. 70 years post-independent, they still depend on donation. They still survive on goodwill. They are just there. They wait for a calamity for everybody to see them. 1998 bombing, when so many people became blind. Then for 3 or 4 years, there were issues were really highlighted. The issue of the blind was all over the media. Then we forget, we wait for another calamity. I remember since independence, there was advocates of persons with disability right that wanted an act of parliament for persons with disabilities. It never materialized until a calamity struck the country when Kibaki became disabled, when he went into a wheelchair. That was in 2002-2003 election. So when Kibaki now became disabled, while he was being sworn in Uhuru Park, it was very difficult even to carry him. He's very heavy, And then he was given not a wheelchair, but something looked like a wheelbarrow. So when he was being transported to the dais, it was really difficult. I remember one day I met him and he said there was a day he was being carried. And then the security details wakataresa kidogo. Wakajaribu kuokoa yeye ndiye asigonge chini. I don't want to tell you walishika wapi, but he complained. But initially, because you cannot complain to people who are really trying to assist you. And when you are assisting somebody, mkono inaenda kombo. So you can imagine, we waited for us to have a Person with Disability Act of Parliament of 2003, session paper number 14, session paper number 14. And then through the experience of Honorable Mwai Kibaki, then we rectified the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability 2008. Must you always wait for calamities for us to be able to assist our brothers and sisters whom we live with every day, whom we have gone to school with them, whom we know. You know a neighbor, you know a friend with visual impairment. But then, when you are in the position of leadership, you forget about them, you have to wait for a calamity. You may force us to pray for calamities to come to Kenya. If that is the time, you will have to look into our issues. So, for those who are not persons with disability, tafadhali mujipange. Otherwise, tutaweza kaa chini, mimi na Wawero, na my friend Kago, tukae chini tuseme, sasa tunataka issues zetu zisiangaziwe. County government, I've heard that Her Excellencies are here. If you are not here, I know the message will reach them wherever they are and reach the governors and the county government in general. All persons with disabilities live within the counties. I've had some excuses that function of National Council for Persons with Disability is not devolved. Of course, you cannot devolve human beings. They live within you. And not only in corporate social responsibility, but it is their right also to enjoy the services that we offer to other citizens within our counties. There is a thin line between visual impairment and medical condition like cataracts and others. There's a very thin line. There was a lady who was just highlighted here, the chief, who became sick, went through operation, but eventually becoming a person with visual impairment. Now the government, health being a devolved function, county government, what excuse will you give me now not at least to take care of the blind in your respective counties? Even other disabilities, there's a thin line between them, between medical condition and some form of disability. Person with albinism, with the effect of sun rays, they can develop cancer. So county government, these are health. Health is devolved function. Please let us take care of our persons with disability, starting from person with visual impairment. Chairman, thank you very much. You have said that you have memorandum of understanding you have signed with several counties. I urge all the counties across the country to make sure that they benchmark with other counties that have signed and invite the chairman and the CEO so that they can be educated on how they can assist individual persons with visual impairment in their counties. We thank the leadership of Kenya Society for the Blind, the current leadership. They have come up with this strategic plan. But not only this strategic plan, I have interacted with them, and they really have a vision for the Kenya Society for the Blind. And as a member of parliament, on the behalf of National Assembly, I promise you that if there is any law that will make your work easier, we will support, we will make sure that we have passed. We will talk with the Ministry of Labor and Social Protection so that we interact with you more closely so that we make sure that the Kenya Society for the Blind is up and running. I heard that there was a time that it was in really a lot of debt, but it have reduced. But I will assure you, those will be things of the past. We will make sure that we do support. We will try to get any way of getting the funding to the Kenya Society for the Blind. We have 100 million for albinism. We are also in process of having 500 million for hemophilias, people who are living with hemophilia. We also want to have some money for caretakers. We also want to have money for autism. In fact, we already have money for autism. So I don't see the reason why the Kenya Society for the Blind, the country cannot have an allocation express from Treasury that is meant for the Kenya Society for the Blind. This one we will do before the end of my term, which is just ending somewhere in August 2022, because I'm retiring from politics. I've worked with the Kenya Society for the Blind while I was the chairman, National Council for Persons with Disability. And we did not achieve a lot. I must apologize for that. But for now, since I'm in legislative arm of government, I think we will achieve a lot. And I will make sure that we have achieved a lot. We used to have Honorable Senior sitting in my board of the National Council for Persons with Disability, and she was very instrumental in most of these laws. Whatever we have not achieved, we will achieve within the next 1 year. I have also interacted with visually impaired members, especially during the Rio 2016 Paralympic, where Kenyans really, with visual impairment, made us proud. You remember the famous gold by one Mr. Mushai, which Brazil wanted to snatch from him. In fact, we had to demonstrate in Rio de Janeiro, that is 10,000 kilometers from Kenya, so that we make sure that Mushai was awarded that gold. But that is not even the case. The issue here is that when they came back to the country, whenever there is competition of persons with disability, Paralympic, Deaf Olympic, when they come back, even after winning several medals for this country, they come quietly. Maybe only Sankok to go and receive them. Not even a chief, not even a Nyumba Kumi character. Yes? And I don't think there is a goal that is disabled. Once you have won a medal, you have won a medal and you have made Kenya proud. Na bendera ya Kenya inapo peperushwa kwa sababu somebody with disability have won a gold, haipeperushi nusu mlingoti, inaenda pale juu. Na national anthem ya Kenya inaimbwa. Sio national anthem ya nchi nyingine. Lakini wakati ambao wameshinda, we don't even receive them. We don't even recognize them. As I finish, let me give an example of Paralympic of 2016, in which I was part and parcel. There were 9 athletes with disabilities and 28 officials from the Ministry of Sports who went there to enjoy, because they know there is Copacabana Beach, which is a very big one. Because there is no way you can have the main characters being fewer than the officials. Unaona venye tunadharauliwa? Yes? And in the Olympic, there were 17 officials out of 89 athletes. Season in 9 athletes and 28 officials. Now the 89 athletes of the normal Olympic only won Kenya. I think that time there were around 16 medals. Yes? That is less than 20%. The Paralympic were 9 and they won 6 medals. That is way above 70%. Who was supposed to be celebrated? Who was supposed to be celebrated? Who was supposed to be celebrated because, one, we have won the highest number of medals in relation to our athletes. 2, we have fed so many angry hyenas in the form of official 28 of them, while the others only fed 16. So ladies and gentlemen, without wasting a lot of time, I really do appreciate all of you who have participated here today. If you don't have a disability, just know that as person with disability, we do appreciate. We may not have gold to give you, we may not have flowers to give you, we may not have any present to give you, but we have a basket full of prayers for you and your families. Thank you very much.
Makofi sana, makofi. Asante sana mheshimiwa. Thank you mheshimiwa. As we come to the tail end of our event today, I would like us just to go back to the clip that we were watching about the lady, the chief, who's disabled, who's blind. And as I do that, I will also want the ushers, Aziza and your team, to start getting ready for us to unveil the strategic plan, as we also wait for the minister. But we'll just continue. You'll find us as we continue. So maybe we can just run that clip, and then after that clip, we'll be ready now to unveil the strategic plan dummy. Thank you.
Kwa zaidi ya miaka 10 amekuwa akiwahudumia wakazi wa eneo lake kama naibu chifu, lakini miaka 3 iliyopita alipata pigo baada ya kupoteza uwezo wa kuona. Lakini licha ya hayo, amejizatiti kuhakikisha kwamba anatoa huduma bora kwa wakazi, na ajenda kuu katika kazi yake ikiwa ni kuhakikisha kwamba kero ya pombe haramu inamalizika. Namzungumzia Bi Patricia Uwandia, ambaye hii leo ndiye ambaye tunamvika taji la mwanamke bomba.
Mimi ni naibu wa chief wa area inaitwa Miremaine sublocation katika Juja location in Juja sub county, Kiambu county. Mimi wakati mmoja kwa kanisa nikasikia kwamba kuna position ya assistant chief. Mimi nika apply kazi, Mungu akanijalia nikapata hiyo kazi na nikafurahi sana na nashukuru Mungu. Hii kazi nimefanya kwa miaka 11. Mimi niajiriwa kazi nikiwa na masho kama yule mtu mwingine, nikiwa nafanya kazi kama yule mtu mwingine, lakini kwa mwaka wa 2015 ndio hali ya masho shida masho ilinianza. Nikawa tu najikuna tu, mimi nikawa nafikia tu ni kawaida. Kwenda hospitali nikaambiwa masho yangu si mzuri, nikaandikiwa glasses. So nikawa naenda hospitali mpaka nikawa nimeenda operation 2018 na 2019. Wakati nilifanya operation ya mwisho 2019 ndio masho yangu ilikataa kuona na nikawa sawa na hiyo upofu. Mwanahamisi, wakati uko na viungo zako zote za mwili na zinafanya kazi, alafu kimoja kikosa kufanya kazi, unakosa kujiamini. Sababu ile kitu ya kwanza ni ya kwamba nitakuwa nashukuriwa kutoka point A to point B na mtu mwingine. Si vile mimi nilikuwa naamka, najipanga, naenda bio, najipangia program. Kuna kitu moja nikajiambia, area yangu itakuwa mzuri vile tu nilipokuwa hata kabla masho yangu ipotee. Nikawa na supervisor mzuri sana, DCC wetu na hata chiefs wale wengine. Wakawa nishika mkono, tulienda kwa mto kama na wao na tena nikawa na kikosi mzuri sana ya police officers. Sababu ya security tunaenda na wao, inakuwa multi agency. So tukawa tunaenda na wao mpaka hiyo ikafikia our CS Dr. Fred Matiang'i. Na ndiposa wakakuja kwangu tarehe 3 mwezi wa saba last year. Nikapata aid. So changamoto za kazi zikapungua na ndiposa nikaona vile tu nilikuwa nafanya kazi hapo mbeleni. Kusema ukweli naweza sema pengine ni 5% ambao ilipungua. Kazi ya ofisi sana nafanya kama yule mwingine, kama mtu mwingine, kama niko na masho. Sababu kama ni barua nataka kuandikia mtu, mimi kazi yangu ni kudictate, naandikiwa na huyu msaidizi wangu na anaweka sahihi. Hapa hakuna mtu. Changamoto zile tunapata wakati tunakuja kwa operation, unapata saa zingine mtu anakuanga imefula, kuna mafuriko, mto iko juu. Kwa hivyo hata kufuka inakuwa challenge kubwa, lakini wakati tumejua kwamba hawa wahalifu wameweka shanga mahali fulani, sisi hatuwezi tukakosa kuenda. Tunajaribu liwezavyo, tunafuka hata kama maji na tufika 3/4, lakini tutafuka. So challenge moja ni mto wakati kuna maji mingi. Na imagine tuna enjoy hii kazi yangu. Kusema ukweli, Mwanahamisi naipenda sana. Hata mbeleni ya nipate hii shida ya masho, kuna groups za disability wa 12 ambao tulikuwa tunakutana na wao na waongelesha na wanasikia at least hawako chini hivyo. Tena mambo ya pombe, unapata pombe haramu inakuanga, kuna wale wahalifu ambao wanapenda kuharibu vijana, hata maboma. Unapata kuna boma imeharibiwa, imesambaratika sababu ya pengine mzee amekunywa pombe, hata mama pengine amekunywa pombe. Na wakati nimeenda nimeharibu hizo vitu za hiyo pombe haramu, huwa nafurahi sana sababu najua kuna kijana nimesave. Kuna boma ambayo pesa ingeenda kwa pombe haramu, lakini hiyo pesa sasa imeenda kwa chakula ya hiyo boma. Mwanahamisi, naweza kuambia wakati niajiriwa kwangu kulikuwa na brewers kama 20 hivi. Nikisema hasa sahi na nikisimama nitakuwa naongea ukweli ya kwamba sina brewer hata mmoja ambao ako kwa idea yangu. Wote nimeweza kuwafagia, na washika na wapeleka kotini. Basi na wale kuna mtu utasikia pali fulani kuna mtu ameenda kupika pombe, lakini hata pengine hata si brewer, ni mtu anajaribu hiyo kazi. So kwa hivyo naweza sema mimi kupigana na pombe nimepigana nayo, naweza sema 99%. Ofisi inakuwa Monday, Wednesday and Fridays. Tuesdays unanipata Tuesday and Thursdays nakuweka kwa field. So naendaga tu, it is management by walking around, tunaita mbwa. So unaenda kwa vijiji hiyo Tuesday and Thursday ndio at least niweze kutangamana na watu. Ile kitu najifunia sana ni ya kwamba wakati niliajiriwa hii kazi, watoto wengi kuna area watoto wengi hakuwa nasoma. Hizi miaka 11 niko kazini, kuna watoto wengi sana nimerudisha shule, wamemaliza shule. Hiyo ni raha yangu na nasikia nimefurahi sana.
CAS, karibu sana. Tumekugojea, and we're happy that you are able to make it. Honorable guests, all protocols observed. I want us to have a short program so that our guests can familiarize with what we are doing, and then we launch the strategic plan for Kenya's Society for the Blind, and then we'll be done. And I want to thank you for your patience. But before we go there, sir, if you allow us, it's good to recognize the presence of all our stakeholders, non-government or non-state stakeholders. Kindly, if you can start up wherever you are, there are many, they are all here. Non-state, yes, I may not be able to mention all their names because there are many wonderful partners. If you have maybe for, yes, good. Occupation Eyesight, wherever you are, just Operation Eyesight, wherever you are. Country Director, Alice, all she's left. She's outside. CBM, yes, Honorable Munyendo, mtumpigie makofi, thank you. KBTA, ako wapi? Thank you, sir. Rotary, Nairobi, yeah, thank you. This is Kapresh. Thank you, sir. We have Fred Hollos, thank you. Where are you? Yeah, good, thank you. We had the representatives from, is it Esilo? Yes, thank you. And then NMS. Good, thank you. There were two representatives, they are here. That is Nairobi Metropolitan. KEMSA, we want to recognize you. KEMSA, they were here, they are outside somewhere. UDPK, also, yeah, thank you. Let us appreciate. TSW, they have left, or they are with us, yeah. Then we have Cheshire Disability, yeah, thank you, God bless you. Albinism Society, here the gentleman, he was seated somewhere there. Then we have Kenya Airports Authority, if you are still with us, good, let's appreciate madam, thank you. We have Nondo, yes, madam, thank you. We have the, sir, before you came, we had 3 first ladies, I mean county government first ladies. One from Bugoma, Marsabit, and the other one from Nyandarua. They were seated there with us, and they gave their speeches. We have Fred Haga, he was here, also the director, special education. And I hope those are the ones that I can be able to capture for now. So others, please, if we've not mentioned you, feel appreciated for the good work that you have continued to do. At this juncture also, sir, I wish to call upon the chairman of Kenya Society for the Blind and the whole council members, kindly come here. Just want to appreciate all, wherever you are, kindly stand up. I want you to come in front here. This is the team that leads the operations and oversight, of the council. I want the whole council to come. whole council. I know some of them come from very far. We have one of them from Western. Dr. Gishangi is also not here from the ministry, but from, you can mention your name.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Angeline Akai Lodi, a council member and also chair the Lobby and Advocacy Committee. It's great to be here. Thank you.
Allow me to remove my mask. My name is Angela Wamboi. I am the vice chair of the Kenya Society for the Blind, and I also chair the Audit and Risk Committee.
Honorable CS, all protocols observed. My name is Samson Oweru. I am the chairman of Kenya Society for the Blind, and we have just been discussing about the new roadmap for the society, and maybe the main highlights that we have is that, yeah? Okay. Thank you, CS.
I want to request the acting executive director, kindly stand up wherever you are, where all the officers from Kenya's Society for the Blind, wherever you are, kindly stand up. And I want, the only two, where are the others? Officer, staff, please come. Yeah, we want to see your faces. But in the meantime, we have the acting executive director, Ferista Wakina. We have Mr. Bukara, who is also in charge of training, education and training. And then we have Aziza there. Then we have Masese. I can see who else. They are all there. They are all officers from the Kenya Society for the Blind. Let's appreciate them for the good work. I'm also a member of that board because from the Ministry of Labor and Social Protection. And we have another representative of Ministry of Health and also another one from Ministry of Education. We support the society in its mandate. So let's appreciate them as they sit down. At this juncture, I want to, maybe Chairman, before you sit down, to give you now an opportunity to give the highlights. Tell us what is there in KSB and also highlight on the strategic plan that we want to launch. You'll have your mic sanitized. There you are. There. Give him the mic.
Thank you very much.
And your notes are here.
No. Thank you very much. And sorry for keeping you. We are very happy that the CS has found time to grace this important strategic plan launch. So, Honorable CS, as I was about to do my highlights, is that the Kenya Society for the Blind was established in 1956 because there was a Second World War and our soldiers came back injured and some of them were blind, and there was need to have an institution where they could be rehabilitated so that they could be reintegrated into the society. And from them on, the society has continued developing to supporting now education where blind children were educated from the basic level to very high level, and this can be attested to the fact that we have very many accomplished blind public servants and private servants, commissioners, others who have served in the parliament. For over 65 years, we have also engaged ourselves in the prevention of avoidable blindness with a view to making sure that the treatable conditions of eyesight can be reversed. But for the irreversibly blind, the society has had partners like Sight Savers in the Kenya Integrated Education Program, who helped children and with the resources and materials, working together with the Ministry of Education for very many years. We also have had the pleasure of having other partners who have joined us, This is because though the society is created by an act of parliament, we do not receive any funding from the government. And this is a very big challenge to the operations of the wide mandate that is required of us from our act. Now today here, we are here to launch the 5-year roadmap for the society, which has 5 areas in health services, where we will deal with prevention of avoidable blindness by partnering with county governments. And here we seek to have centers of excellency for eye care in the former 8 provincial administration. And in the 39 other centers of eye care, we will have partnerships with county governments through their referral hospital to be able to put equipment and services and train the health workers on how to manage treatable condition. This is because from the Ministry of Health, we've just heard that 10 million Kenyans could go blind. Out of these 10 million, 8.5 million are cases that can be treated because they are trachoma, glaucoma, diabetes retinopathy, and once interventions are made early enough, these people need not to go blind. So that's why we are scaling up our operation with most of our partners here, like have been mentioned before, to ensure that this problem is eradicated. Secondly, we will do advocacy, creation of awareness, and public relations with a view to making sure that the plights of visually impaired persons are looked into by all sectors. We will advise government, we will advise private entities, any individuals or company, or all matters related to visually impaired persons. We will also do institutional strengthening and also do sustainability programs to ensure that the society remains afloat. And here, which is the most key, and we are very privileged to have you for the second time from the 5th December last year event in Nandi County, where we urged you to ensure that society gets some form of funding from the government through your ministry so that we can be able to do our operations as effectively as possible. And Honorable CS, we hope that this can be done so that we can leave no gaps, we can leave no one behind, and that the rights, needs, and participation of persons with visual impairment in our as enshrined in our constitution will be guaranteed going into the future. So we welcome you to this important launch, and we appreciate your presence among us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, my chairman. Thank you. I hope it's okay. It's okay. You can sit there. Thank you. Let's appreciate our chairman. He's very able, very sharp, and he's leading that organization very well, I can attest. So I want, at this juncture, I want to welcome Honorable Sankok. I know you had taken your time to give your speech, but kindly come and welcome our guest of honor so that we can go to the lounge. Honorable Sankok is a member of the Social Welfare Committee. Audio wanatutetea when it comes to issues of social welfare in Parliament. So karibu sana, Honorable Sankok.
Thank you very much. And my duty now, because I've already delivered my speech, is to welcome the Honorable CAS, Honorable Patrick Olentutu, who happened to be my colleague from Narok, and also was once my MP, and is my political mentor who introduced me to politics while he was a DC. When he was entering into politics, he also introduced me to politics. He became a member of parliament. I became the chairman of the National Council for Persons with Disability. He became the CAS. I became a member of parliament representing 6.5 million Kenyans with disabilities. So my work and my duty is just to allow him to come and speak to us. And the Ministry of Labor have been very cooperative with our Committee of Labor and Social Welfare in assisting persons with disability. Honorable CAS, we have just discussed that we need to support the Kenya Society for the Blind because it was formed through an act of parliament. any support they have been receiving is only from donors. And it is more than 70 years old. You can imagine it was because of a calamity that they started it, through that calamity of the army and so on. Then again, they received some assistance through a calamity of 1998 bombing. Now we don't want to wait for a calamity, because if we wait for a calamity, we don't know if it will affect who. You know, calamities can even affect CASS and even CSS. So we don't want to wait for that calamity. So within this year, we will promise them that we will discuss with your ministry so that we can have at least a kitty express from Treasury, just like the money for the for albinism, for autism, going directly to the Kenya Society for the Blind. So, ladies and gentlemen, with those very many remarks, we don't welcome the CAS like that. No. Pana. You know, these are very important person. Mnataka pesa ama mtaki pesa? So, tupige makofi mzuri ndio apate kutupatia pesa. 1, 2, 3. Funga. Fungua. Asante.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sangok, for giving me this opportunity. And I want to take this opportunity, first and foremost, to apologize for having come late. We had a very crash program, and the CS was supposed to come and join us, but because of a number of other meetings that came in between, he has not been able to come. So I will be representing him. The Kenya Society for the Blind Council, the Kenya Society for the Blind members, distinguished guests, Honorable Sankok, who we normally refer as 001, the Kenya Society of Blind Chairman, Samson Wawero, Vice Chairman Angelina Wambui, and all the representatives, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Habari yenu? How is everybody doing? I hope you have forgiven us for coming late. This is a meeting that I should have been the first one to come here so that you can get me when I'm seated. Indeed, Sankok, thank you very much for that introduction. And I must also confess that I'm the one who introduces Sankok to politics about 10 years ago. And we also happen to come from the same county and even the same village. And I'm always proud of him because he really stands for people living with disabilities. He has really pushed us as a ministry, as government, to make sure that all needs are attended to. So I congratulate you, Honorable Sankok, and all the members present here. Also, I wanted to say that, Chairman, I really want to thank you. And I have heard the issues that you have raised, and even the history that you have told us. And I want to say that we are pushing, we know the problems that are bedeviling KSB, and I can assure you that these are now issues that I can tell you for sure we will start addressing, particularly on the issues of budget. Really, it doesn't help if we just depend on the well wishers. That is not the right thing to say. I must accept as a government official that we will push to make sure that the next budget you are included. Or even Sangok in the supplementary budget. I will stand with you, and I can assure you I will be able to tell the CS that this is one particular group that we have not been funding, and we should. Now, allow me now to take this opportunity to read the CS speech, and then later on we will launch our 2021-2025 strategic plan. It gives me great pleasure to join you all and the Kenya Society for the Blind as we launch the Society Strategic Plan, which will guide the organization in the implementation of its mandate in the next 5 years. The Kenya Society for the Blind, KSB, is a statutory charitable organization established by an Act of Parliament in 1956 to promote the welfare, education, training and employment of persons with visual disability, and to assist in prevention and elevation of blindness. Its mandate is to assist the government, communities, public and private organizations, and individuals in all matters related to visual disability, and to awaken public interest in the welfare of persons with visual disabilities and in all matters relating to visual disability. During the census of 2019, the Ministry of Labor and Social Protection and Disabled Person Organization partnered with KNBS to include the Washington Group of Short Question in the National Census 2019 to capture accurate data on PWDs according to the census. 918,270 people and age 5 years and above had disability. For more female, about 523,883 than male, 394,330 had disabilities. The common type of disabilities were mobility, which is about 385, 417, followed by visual at 333, 520. A total of 9,729 persons had albinism. This means that slightly above a third of persons with disability in the country are those with visual impairment. We note with appreciation the projects and programs that Kenya Society of Blind has been implementing, which include the eye care program, the education program, the rehabilitation program, and the resource center for those with visual impairment. Ladies and gentlemen, promoting inclusion of persons with disabilities calls for a multi-sectoral approach to address the challenges faced by persons with disabilities, and more importantly, to address the needs and rights of persons with disability in an holistic manner. Some of the barriers persons with disabilities face include lack of accessibility of physical and virtual environment, institutional and attitudinal barriers, inclusion, exclusions, and unequal opportunities. Others include gender-based discrimination and violence in all spheres of society. On the policy and legal fronts, the government of Kenya ratified the Convention of the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, called CPRPD, in 2008. The CPRD is an instrument of inclusive development, promoting the universal human rights of persons with disabilities from disability perspective. The Constitution of Kenya 2010, Article 54, entails persons with disability to be treated with dignity and respect, to access educational institutions and facilities, to reasonable access to all places, public transport and information, to access materials and devices to overcome constraints arising from persons with disabilities. The country is also in the process of ratifying the African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the Rights of PWDs in Africa, which has now been approved by the Cabinet and will soon be tabled in Parliament. I call upon at this juncture that Mheshimiwa Sankok, you know you are our eye, you should be able now to take over from there because we have already tabled it in Parliament. The state shall ensure the progressive implementation of the principle that at least 5% of the members of the public in elective and appointees bodies are persons with disabilities. I think as a country, we will agree that we have come a long way. If you look at our National Assembly today, and even the Senate, even the county assemblies, you'll find out that at least there are people living with disabilities who are sitting in these particular houses. And I hope one day the chairman also can include him either in the Senate or in the National Assembly. In conclusion, in consultation with organizations of persons with disabilities and other key stakeholders, the ministry developed and finalized the Disability Awareness Creation Booklet. The booklet is aimed at raising awareness towards minimizing marginalization and exclusions of persons with disabilities from social development and political spheres. This is in response to the Global Disability Summit 2018, a commitment in which Kenya committed to reduce stigma and discrimination against a person with disability. The State Department for Social Protection is implementing a number of programs which are aimed at promoting the dignity of persons with disabilities. These include the Inua Jamii program that provide cash transfer to households with persons with severe disability. Under this program, the government disbursed over 1.2 billion shilling to 47,000 households with persons with severe disabilities every year in order to improve their social and economic well-being. And at this juncture, I will also mention that we, as the ministry, are working very hard to increase this number, and Sangok knows this number, 47,000, has been stagnant for a long time. And I can assure you, this one is something that, as the ministry, we are working very hard to increase because the people living with disabilities also continue to increase. Last year, at the height of COVID-19, the government allocated Kenya shilling 500 million to persons with disabilities to cushion them against the economic effects of the pandemic. Measures were also put in place to ensure that persons with disabilities benefited from various COVID-19 interventions offered by the government and partners. The ministry, through the 12 occasional rehabilitation centers, normally called VRCS, trains an average of 700 PWDs in technical vocational skill to enable them to become self-reliant in life. In addition, the government provides business start tool kits to VRCs graduate to enable them to utilize the skills learned to generate income for self-reliance. The government is also working in partnership with stakeholders in the disability sector, including National Council for Persons with Disabilities, Association of Persons with Disabilities in Kenya, to enhance efforts to ensure that assistive technology continue to be developed, to ensure available of affordable and appropriate assistive devices for persons with disabilities. Kenya shilling 51.6 million has been spent by the government in provisions of assistive devices, aids and services to persons with disabilities. The State Department for Labor is also implementing some programs aimed at promoting the dignity of persons with disabilities, especially under the National Industrial Training Authority. Specifically, 15 PWDs trainees sponsored by the Site Savers International have reported for January 2021 term their fees fully paid by Site Savers to NITA. 50 trainees sponsored by APDK and settled in for training by 5th February 20 to NITA Nairobi, 15 to NITA, 20 to NITA Kisumu, and another 20 for Mombasa, respectively. Unfortunately, 30 trainees with total blindness could not be admitted by NITA for lack of burial facilities, reducing the anticipated number. The institution is working to make sure that they also get these facilities. Cisco Bridget ICT Academy training is ongoing with 40 students, fully sponsored under Inclusive Futures project by Site Savers International. The academy instructors and lab technicians are hired and fully paid by the project funders for the project period. NITA will prepare its own instructors to run and sustain the academy to benefit Kenya youth in ICT, especially the PWDs after the project period. Ladies and gentlemen, we are launching this strategic at a time when the whole world is affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. The issue of disability inclusion in all aspects, including in response to the COVID-19 pandemic, is key. It is good to note that, as such, this pandemic is affecting all of us. Persons with disability are the most affected as they have underlying a medical condition. I appreciate KSB for mobilizing support from donors and well-wishers to caution its members by providing food and protective items during this pandemic period. This strategic plan we are launching today will enable Kenya Society for the Blind to examine the existing and operating environment, explore factors and trends that affect the way it does business, seek to meet its mandate and fulfill its strategic vision and mission, frame strategic issues and flag priorities which must be addressed and find innovative ways to address them. As the ministry, we will continue to offer technical support for KSB as you implement this strategic plan. As I conclude, ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate the society, the Kenya Society for the Blind Council and your partners for the effort you have invested in the development of this strategic plan, and wish you all the best as you implement the priorities set out in this plan. I urge all of us to protect ourselves, our families, and our friends by adhering to the Ministry of Health protocol on COVID-19. Thank you, and may God bless you all. Let me just add by saying that the government is doing everything we can to making sure that we address the plight of people living with disabilities. And I also want to say, Chairman, your members are working very hard, particularly those representatives you have in counties assemblies or in national assemblies or in the Senate. Sankok is one of the people that I have always, you can even see, look at the uniform that he's wearing. You cannot miss him. And I want to tell you that he has been really working very hard to make sure that your issues are addressed in Parliament. And I think, Chairman and all the members, I'm very happy to be here today. I'm really very happy. I just want to tell you that I feel bad when we were late, because this is a group that we needed to have been here by 8 and wait you, not you to wait us. Should be the other way around. So next time, I can assure you that if it is me coming, not the minister, I'll be here before you come. Secondly, I want to also say that, Chairman, we have a lot. And I want to organize for a meeting so that the issues that you have just talked about today, you can come to the office, we sit down with a few of you members, so that we can be able to fast track some of the issues that you have just talked about. Otherwise, I want to end there by saying I wish you all the best and good luck. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable CS, for that wonderful presentation and statement from the ministry. Now, what we want to do, we want now to launch the strategic plan. Eh? Okay.
Okay, yeah. Go ahead.
Yes. But we are going to do it.
There. Okay.
So Chairman, we can move there. Yes, then we can do it there, Chairman, and place this table. Yeah, somebody will guide us on how to go about it. Yes. So our honorable guest, we request that you are going to be given some scissors, and the chairman will be there. Honorable, our DA, please, Director of Admin. Where are the board members? Yeah, Akai, just come. Please come. Yes. Yeah. And then we have the executive director. We have chairman. Where is you have the book? Patia chairman kitabu chake cha. Okay. Yes. Where is Akai? Akai, come over. Before I want Akai to be somewhere here. Yes. Yes. So, can you push a bit? Bukala, just push a bit. Push. And then I request, let's see how it goes. Yes, so that this table. Okay, please, if you don't mind, come with me. Come with me. We are moving. I request James, come over here. That we balance. I want our guest to be in the middle. Yes. Come with two. Good. Hurry, yeah.
You are great.
Aziza, you are the one who has the scissors.
You are great.
So this is the strategic plan for Kenya Society for the Blind. I hope we can all hold it. Let me see. Yes, that way. Good. That is a strategic plan that is going to lead KSB for the next 5 years. And I want to request now our guest of honor, if the cameramen are okay with that. Now we can go to cutting the ribbon. Just don't move so much. Aziza, just hand over. Yeah, Samson, simama tu hapo hivyo. Samson, tutakupanga tu. Yes. Na Samson uangalie vizuri. Yes. So who is the official cameraman? Good. Are you okay? Yes. Thank you. Let's appreciate. Thank you. As a society, we have a big vision, as you can see, isn't it? Yes. So thank you, our CAS. Thank you, our honored guest, and all the. Now we can. We go to the cake. Yes. Who has the knife?
Aziza, come over to the cake and assist.
So again, I request the chairman to stand here. Yeah. The camera is on this other side. Yes. So, Aziza, Akai, that's okay, honorable. And then we have the vice chair, we have the chair. Mshikane, nyinyi wote mkiwa mpaka. Yes, hiyo kisu. Akai yako hapo. Yes. Haya. Good. Congratulations, KSB. Tuwapigie makofi. Yes. Oh, good. Yeah. Good. Good. Tupige makofi. So this cake, the vice chair and some of the board members, chairman, where do you taste on our behalf?
Makuki na makeki ni zako, weka mtu na karo pitanga ukikata kata kata kayo tu kata usiogope, leo tunapate watu wokote kata
hiyo keki ni tamu. Akai, thank you, God bless you. And also 001 aonje keki. Thank you. And the vice chair, yes, hata vice chair apewe. Na alafu vice chair ni wewe, alafu utapatia our guests. So wewe ndio utajua vile mtampatia.
DJ and
CS hata wewe utaonja kidogo. Thank you. Now, thank you. I think now we can take the seat. We are going to feed on this cake. Hatutaacha chochote. So all of us will feed on it. So make sure you don't go before we go. All right? So if we can sit down just for 1 minute, please. Just for 1 minute. I want to call my colleague MC. Oh, Joe.
Yes, I'm here. Yes, I'm here.
Good.
Thank you.
Take just a few minutes.
Thank you, Bwana Kamau, for helping me on that. Asante sana, you've done a great job.
In the meantime, serve the cake. Those who are serving, do it, please.
And also would like to thank the CS, Mheshimiwa Olentutu. Thank you very much for honoring this occasion. We also want to thank Mheshimiwa Sankok for the great job you're doing. And we believe that we are in the right hands now. Thank you very much. At this point, I would like to call for a vote of thanks. And as you wait for your cake, the vote of thanks will be given by one of our committee council members, Bwana Ivan. Karibu sana, just to give you a vote of thanks. And then after that, you can have your piece of your cake, and then we can leave at your own pleasure. Karibu sana, Bwana Ivan, to give you a vote of thanks. The floor is yours. Karibu.
To the Honorable CS, Honorable Nominee 001, state and non-state stakeholders, KSB members and the KSB family, distinguished guests, good afternoon. I think let me, on behalf of the KSB family, let me take this opportunity to appreciate each and every one of you for joining us today in the launch of this great milestone. We are now taking the Kenya Society for the Blind and the welfare of blind individuals to the next level, to all the 47 counties. And we appreciate your participation and commitment in nurturing a culture of empathy and proactive engagement in ensuring that the livelihood and the welfare of the visually impaired people in the country is taken care of. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ivan. Asante sana. I think now we are coming to the last section. We would like to do a prayer. Mheshimiwa, there's a refreshment for you. Maybe you could, there's a word of prayer from Bishop. If Bishop's not there, maybe I could ask Bwana Solomon, maybe you can close the word of prayer, please.
Let's pray. Father God, in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ, we want to thank you because of this wonderful moment that you have given unto us, and you have given us all the patience. We have heard the words that your people have spoken in this auditorium. We remember this is a roadmap that you gave people, dear Lord, the understanding and wisdom. Because if it were not you, Jehovah Father, none of us could have even developed such a document. We are praying that, dear Lord, you enable even the Kenya Society for the Blind to walk through this document and implement, Jehovah Father, and get support to even serve the entire great population for persons with visual impairment. We thank you because of this responsibility that you have trusted Kenya Society for the Blind. We want to speak mighty breakthrough, that as your people even endeavor to work day and night, strengthen us, Jehovah Father. The Bible says it is God who gives people strength to work. Without you, there is nothing we can ever do. Thank you because of the government instruments that have even purported to even go further and support this venture. We thank you and we bless you. In Jesus' name, we pray and believe. Amen.
Thank you very much, Bwana Solomon. I think the cake is still being served and you can leave at your own pleasure. And for those who may not have talked, just forgive us because of the time. But we are very honored to have all of you here and God bless you. Na Mungu awabariki. Asanteni sana. Thank you very much.